Hello everyone. In today's video, we're going to be creating a quiz application using Next.js, and we're also going to implement some security features using Arcjet. I'm going to give you a quick demonstration of what the website looks like. So this is the home page, and you're going to see a list of categories. And within each category, there's going to be quizzes. You can add as many quizzes as you want per category. So we need to be logged in for us to be able to interact with these categories. So let's click login. Okay, so I'm just going to log in with my Google account. Okay, so now I'm logged in and we can click any of these categories, for example, computer science, and you're going to see the quizzes within computer science. And you're going to see currently we have computer science basics and we have data structures. We can click any of these and we can filter based on the complexity and we can select the amount of questions we want to use. We want to try. Let's try 5 questions and we're going to click start. Okay, so you're going to see the current question and the list of questions that we have in this session. So we have 5 questions, and the current question is number 1. And if I click next, there's going to be a sound telling us that we need to select an option before we move on to the next question. So I'm just going to select this at random. Okay, next, 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 and finish. So for finishing, click finish, and we're going to be routed to the page of results. And you're going to see we've scored 2 out of 5, and the score is 40%. And you're going to get a message depending on what score you get. So this is the current message for this percentage. What we can do is we can play again. We can click this button, or we can check the statistics. So let's check our statistics. Okay, so for the statistics, we are going to see here an overview of our page. We can see the total attempts, 73, and total completed. There's 13 total completed. And also we can see the latest attempt, which is very recent. So this is the time I've completed this. Okay, so it's very recent. And here you're going to see attempts. So for this category, programming, that's the recent. And attempts, we have 14 attempts completed. Science, we have this as well. And if you go down here, you can see actually computer science, this is the last attempt on the here. You can see the time, and also it's going to be first here. Okay, and programming is going to be here at the bottom. By the way, this is not in order, so it's in order of completion. Okay, so this tab is not in order at all. So we can complete another category. Let's go actually something different from this. Perhaps programming, and we can filter. Let's check hard questions, and let's select 3 questions and start. I'm just going to select at random. Next, finish, and we're going to go to my results, programming, and this is the time. Okay, and science, we can do something different from this one again and see what we have. So we have art. Let's try. Let's go in the science. Actually, no, we have technology. We have nothing here. Programming, we have something. Computer science, data structures, physics, we don't have anything in physics. Computer science, technology, we don't have anything in technology. Okay, so biology, it's in a category of science. So we're not going to see much because the category is science. It's going to be the recent one because uh, biology is in the category of science. But if we do other categories that are different from this, you are going to see something different for the data. Okay, so let me show you some security layers that we have done in this project. We've also added bot detection. So any bots that are not allowed to access our websites, like crawlers, they're going to be not allowed to access. We're using Arcjet to do that. So I'll show you one of the security features that we have. If I go to the computer science category, So what we have implemented rate limiting. So if I keep refreshing, here a lot of times, and the what we are going to see rate limit in a minute. Let's wait. Okay, so now you can see too many requests, and there's a timer here that it's going to reset in a specific amount of time. Okay, so as you can see now, if I keep refreshing, so it's going to stop users from abusing this website or any kind of attacks that's going to try to abuse our websites. So yeah, you're going to see more about security in this video. And if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comment section, and I'll see you in the video. Okay, so now navigate to the folder where you want to save your project in. And once you're in the folder, you can run this command to create a new project. And I've already done that. So run this command and select TypeScript, Tail, and CSS. And we have the project now. So let's run it. I've not done anything in the project, so we can run using npm run dev. And it's going to be on localhost 3000. Okay, so here's our page. There's nothing here at the moment. We can do a bit of cleanup. We're going to remove everything in here in the page. That's the root directory. Oops. Replace with a div. And I'm going to remove this image. And as you can see, there's nothing on our page. We also need to do the same thing in here. We need to get rid of this. We're going to update this later on. All right, so now that's our startup point. There's nothing. We're starting from scratch. We're going to start implementing authentication. We're going to use Clerk. So search for Clerk like this. And we're going to go to the website. Let's sign in. So if you don't have an account, just create an account with your Google account or GitHub. I'm just going to sign in with Google. And we're going to create a new application. We're going to name this quiz. That's our name of our application. And we're going to use Google sign in, email. You can select some of these options if you want to. And we're going to create application. All right. So we need to install this package. So copy this. And we're going to go into the terminal and we're going to paste. And we're going to create an env file. Env. So this is going to store our private variables for authentication. So we're going to copy these variables here. It's going to allow us to be able to access Clerk. Paste those variables. So we have the key and you have the public key. All right. So the other thing that we need is a middleware. We are going to copy this and we're going to create a new middleware in the root directory. So this middleware is going to allow us to protect our routes of our application. We're going to save that. All right, so now our routes are going to be protected. So now let's try to run this project, npm run dev. We need a sign up and sign in page, by the way. So we need to create that. So we have sign in and sign out. Let's create the pages first. So when I refresh, let's see what we have. Okay, so there's nothing. We need to create a sign in and sign up page. So here in the app directory, we need sign up like this. And then we're going to create a page. It's actually going to be dynamic like this. Sign up like this. It's a Clerk dynamic page. And we're going to create a page. TSX. Actually, we need to edit this. Rename. All right. And we need to do the same thing. We need a sign in. Sign in. And this is going to be called sign in. So, and we're going to create a page. TSX, like so. All right. So we should have the sign up and sign in page. So for sign up, let's start with sign up. I'm going to create a functional component I'm using a shortcut to generate a functional component. I'm using an extension. It's called React Redux native snippets, React native snippets. So it's going to allow us to use shortcuts. All right, so now we've generated the function. I'm going to give it a class name here. I'm going to start with this. I'm going to give it a height. I'm just going to give it a height of 100 VH. And I'm going to display flex and items to center because it's going to be centered and justify center. All right. And here we're going to render a sign up component coming from Clerk. Sign up coming from Clerk Next.js like this. And it's going to be a client component. Actually, we don't need to specify that, but that's fine. And we need to do the same thing for sign in. So generate. And here we're going to do sign in like so. And we're going to copy those styles here. Let's make this as a main. Copy these styles. And we're going to go here and we're going to paste those styles here. Change this to a main. Okay, let's try to see if we can sign in. Okay, so we actually need to set up a Clerk provider context. We need to set up some context API. So I'm going to get a new folder. Context. And we can actually do this already here. We're going to set up context later anyway for other things, not the Clerk one. We're just going to set Clerk context directly in here in the layout. We need to import something called a Clerk provider. Clerk provider. Oops. Like so, and import that. And we're going to wrap our application with the Clerk provider. So it should work now. So as you can see now, we have a sign up page. This is a sign in, and we also have a sign up. Sign in, sign up. Okay, so we can switch between sign in and sign up. All right, that's perfect. So we have set up the sign in and sign up. Let's try to actually sign up. Continue. And I'm just going to use my email. So by the way, if you want to send me an email, if you have any questions, this is the email that I use. All right, and I'm going to verify. All right, so we should be signed in. Perfect. And let's see if we have the data of the signed in user. So here in the home page, I'm going to get the user. Let's make this a client component. Use client because we want to get the user information. Use user coming from Clerk like this. And we can display the user here. By the way, we can do JSON.stringify, and then we're just going to show the user information here on the home page. As you can see, this is the user information, but it's a bit ugly. We can show that in the console if we want. We can do user in the console, and let's see if we have the user object, how it looks. So here's the user object here. Okay, there's so many properties on the user object. I'm just going to get rid of this. We can now, as you can see now, we can get the signed in user. All right. So the next step is let's work on the header. We're going to create a header here. Let's create a component for the header. Let's create a folder called components. Components. This is a wrong spelling. Components. Yep. Okay. So now we have the components folder. Let's create a header. .tsx. And it's going to be a functional component and export. All right. And this is going to be a header. Header element. Oops, it didn't change here. All right. So for the header, I'm going to have a menu. I'm going to create an array named menu. Oops, menu. And this array is going to contain some objects, which is going to have where we're going to route to when we click the menu item. But we need some icons. And we're going to use font awesome. We actually need the CDN. And I'm going to copy this link tag. And let's go to layout. And in the head, we're just going to put that link. And I'm just going to change this to a capital letter O and capital letter P. And we're going to save that. And I'm going to create a new folder in the root. It's going to be called utils. And I'm going to create some icons. Okay, like so. Perfect. So for the icons, we are going to start with, let's do a home icon. We need to export this because we're going to create multiple icons in here. We need to search. So go to font awesome and we're going to search for home. Home. Okay, so this is the icon. Click that and copy. And we're going to paste that icon and change this to class name. Perfect. And you can search all of the icons, but I'm just going to paste in the rest of the icons. Okay, you can use your own icons if you want. You can copy this from GitHub. All right, so I'm just going to close this and I'm just going to close everything so it doesn't look distracting. Let's go to the header and in the menu, we're going to create those objects. So the first one, we have name. Name, it's going to be home, and icon, it's going to be home icon. So make sure you import the icon like this. Okay, it's a module. And we also need link. Link is going to route to the home page. Okay, we don't need any more. We just need one more. And it's got my stats. So those are the home links. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to style this header. I'm going to give it a class name. I'm going to give it a minimum height of 8VH. 8VH and padding X, that's 10 RAM, padding left and right. For bigger screens, it's going to be 15 RAM and a border bottom of 2. Flex and items are going to be centered. And here we're going to have a link, actually a nav. So we have a nav, class name. So the nav is going to have 3 items. It's going to occupy the rest of the width with flex 1 and flex item center. And we're going to justify between. We want the icons to be in the middle and the user profile to be at the end and the logo to be at the beginning. So we're going to have 3 items in here. We're going to have link. So make sure you import link from next link. Link from next link like that. It's going to go to the home page. So, and we're going to have an image in here and we need to import image from next image like so. And I'm going to save that and we're going to have an H1 which is going to say quiz. That's the name of the app. Actually 1Z like that. Okay, so now let's do the styles. Class name and flex item center, and I'm just going to give it a gap of 2 like so. And as for the image, I'm going to use icon logo LG, actually lg.png. We don't have this image yet, but we're going to put that in the public folder. Let's type this h1 class name, and I'm going to give it a text 3XL and the color of blue 400. So, and this one is going to stay at 50. And let's do the logo. It should be in the public. I'm just going to paste in some images in the public folder. I'm just looking for those images. I'm just going to paste them in here. Oops. I'm just going to replace. Okay, so I have some images. I'll show you the links where you can download some of these images. I will actually put those links in here. So if you want to download the images, feel free to visit the links I'm going to provide. So here's the first link. Something like that. Get the images here. And oops. So here are the links. One of the link. And here's another one. So this is where I got some of the images we're going to use in this video. So if you want to use different images, you can go to this website and search whatever images you're looking for. They're free. And or if you want to follow along using the same exact images, you can use the ones that I've pasted in here. Okay, now we should be able to see something. When I refresh, we should be able to see a logo here, but nothing is showing. Let's save logo. That's weird. Nothing is showing yet because we're not rendering the header. That's why nothing is showing. So we need to render this header. We need to go to layout. So we want this header to always be showing on our website. So body, and I'm going to render the header here. Like so. Let's render the header. And then we're going to save that. And I'm going to cut, and then I'm going to put this in main. And I'm going to give it a, oops, class name. I'm going to give it a padding top and bottom of 8 and a height 100%. Margin left and right 15, for bigger screens 25 RAM. Like so. Perfect. As you can see now, here is our logo, but we need to change the font. So currently we're using, I'm just going to get rid of this here. Get rid of this. So the font we're going to use is called Nunito. From, it should be coming from next font. Next fonts. Is it fonts? Google. Like that. Oops, metadata. Did I remove the metadata? I'll just copy this and okay, like that. Okay, so we have the font and we are going to let's do it down here. Const Nunito. So here we're going to set subsets to Latin. Weight, we are going to set all the way from 400 to 700. And variable, we're going to set it to this font here as a variable. Okay, so it seems like there's an issue. So here it's not available because we need to change this. Just get rid of this. Nunito with class name, like that. Okay, so the font should be different now. Amazing. Let's go back to the header and keep styling this header. We need an unordered list, and we're going to map through the menu. I'm just going to give this a flex, and menu, we're going to map, we're going to look through each individual item, and we're going to return a list item here. And since we're mapping through a list, we need to give it a key of index. All right, so key of index, and inside this list item, we're going to return a link. All right, and for the link, I'm going to have a span. So the first one is going to be item.icon. Item.icon, and we're going to have another one. So the other one we are just going to show the item.name. Item.name. Okay, we're having issues because we need to give this link a direction. So it's going to route to the item.link. So we should be able to see those items, but it's all the way at the end here because we need to put a third a user profile, a third item for them to be centered in the middle here. All right, so let's style this first. All right, but I'm just going to give it a class name. And I'm going to use template intros here because we're going to inject some JavaScript. Oops, because I've just changed my keyboard. One moment, my keyboard is just being weird right now. I don't even know where I clicked on my keyboard, but anyway, I'm just going to keep styling this. So py, we're going to set it to 1, py1, and then px, we're going to set that to 6, and we're going to flex, and we're going to use item center, and I'm going to give it item center and a gap of 2, text to LG, leading to none, that's line height, and text gray 400, rounded LG, like so. We don't have anything yet because we don't have a background. So we are going to put a background later on. All right. So we are going to get path name. So the path name is the current location where we are on the page. So currently we're at the home page. So let me show you what I mean. Let's get path name. So use path name coming from next navigation like this. So we're going to check if the current path name, this should be a client component. That's why we have an error. If the path name is the home page, we're going to give it a background color. Just going to go on the next line here. Like so. Path name. Oops. Path name equal to item.link. So if it's the item.link, what are we going to do? We're just going to give it some styles. And I'm going to set the background color to blue 500. And the opacity is going to be 20%. And the text is going to be blue 400. Border is going to be 2. And border blue. This is going to be the color of the border. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave it empty, like so. So here it is. All right. So let's see py1. Okay. For some reason, the padding doesn't seem to be. So we have px, flex. Let me inspect this. So it looks like the padding is working, but we actually need to increase the font size. Let's style this first name, text 2XL, and we're going to do text blue 400. Let's do class name here, and we're going to give it font bold, and it's going to be uppercase. So, and we're also going to check for path name. I'm going to make sure this is a template literal. So path name, if it's item.link, I'm going to set the blue 400, otherwise it's going to be gray 400, like so. Perfect. As you can see now, the active one is going to be blue, and the non-active one is just going to be like this. That's good. That looks good on these items. Let's move on to the next one. Make sure you have a key here, and I'm just going to collapse this UL, and we're going to have a div. So nav a div. So we need to get signed in from Clerk, like that. Signed in. Now we've signed in. We need to get the user button from Clerk. So make sure you import that. It's a self-closing tag. Save that. And there's our user button here. But we want to style this to make it a bit bigger. And to style this, we're going to use appearance, the appearance prop. And we're going to do elements. And we're going to go for user button avatar box, like so. And I'm just going to give it a width of 12 and a height of 12 and border 2 and round it to 4, like that. So there you can see it's a bit bigger now. All right. And when we're signed out, let me sign out. We want to be able to show a button that says log in here. So this is signed in. So we need signed out. Signed out. Make sure you import that. I have auto import, so it's importing signed out. And we're going to use shardcn for some components. Let's go to shardcn. So we need to import to install a button. Docs, introduction. So if you go to installation, we're going to target Next.js. So this is how you install npm shardcn latest. Let's stop the project and we're going to install that in it. And we're going to go with zinc. Yes. Use false. Yes, because we're using the latest version. All right. And we need to add a button. Where's the button component? There it is. Copy and paste. Okay, and we're going to run dev. So here we're going to import the button like that. And we're going to use the login icon. So make sure you import the icon from icons, the login. And we're going to give it a text, login / sign up, like so. And let's style this button up. By default, it's going to have some default styles coming from shardcn. Let's refresh this. There's our button, but we want to style this. Class name, I am going to give it padding Y of 5. Padding Y5, BG blue 400, flex item center, and a gap of 2 between the icon and the text, and font semi-bold, text LG, and rounded LG, like this. Okay, we can do a hover on this button. On hover, we are going to give it BG blue 500, but I'm going to reduce the opacity to 90%, like so. And I'm going to save that. All right, so that's it for the hover. Okay, so we're going to fix this page later on in my stats. Let's fix it now, actually, so that we don't get the error. So in the app directory, let's create a new page called stats. And I'm just going to create a page .tsx in here, and it's going to be a functional component. So now we're not going to get an error anymore. We can route between these pages without any issues. That's perfect. Okay, so we want to click this button and sends us to the sign in or sign up page. Let's go back to the header. We are going to get router, use router. It's going to come from next navigation, not next router. On click, it's going to take in a callback function, and then we're going to do router.push. We're going to push to sign in, like so. And when I click, it's going to go to sign in page. So now we can sign in, and we can go to sign up. Actually, sign up is, let me check why it's not showing. Sign up page, sign in. Sign up should, I don't know why sign up is not showing. It's not showing the header. Sign up. Okay, we're going to fix that later anyway, so don't mind that. For now, let's focus on what we're doing. Sign in. All right, so we're going to fix that later. So now let's move on. Let's sign in. Continue with Google. All right, so now we are signed in. This is our user, but this border color looks weird. Let's go back to the header. Where's the... Okay, so let's set the border to maybe gray. Let's try that. Okay, let's leave it like that. Okay, it looks good. That's it for the header. So the next thing, we want to be able to set up our categories. We want to set up our schema using Prisma. And I'll take a break for now, and then I'll come back on the next video. Now let's set up Prisma. So we need to install Prisma. Let's go to the terminal, npm I Prisma, like so. And we also need to install Prisma client. So the command is npm install Prisma/client. Okay, and now we just need to initialize the Prisma npx, not npm, npx Prisma init. Okay, so you are going to see a Prisma folder generated. All right, so let's go in that folder. I'm just going to close everything here so we don't have distractions. Prisma, and we're going to be using MongoDB. Prisma client, and we have the client database source Postgres. Let's change this to MongoDB. So the database URL, we need to create an env variable for that. So let's create a .env. Actually, it's already been created automatically, but we just need to change this connection URL. We need to get our connection URL from MongoDB. And I'm going to log into my Atlas. All right. So go to browse collections, and we are going to actually not browse collections. We're going to do connect, and we are going to do drivers, and we're going to do a connection. We're going to copy this connection URL, copy that, and you should replace the name and the password using your own details. Okay, I'm just going to do that. For me, I'll copy the URL. I'm just going to replace here with my own URL. All right, and this is my password. It's auto-generated, so don't copy this password. And this is my account. I'm just going to generate a new one after this video, so it's not going to work for you. And the name of our database, I'm just going to name this quiz. Okay, so like this, quiz. That's the name of the database. And yeah, that's my connection URL. So make sure you don't use my details. It's not going to work for you. Use your own details. You can go to database access, and you can create a new user here and add a new user. And you can generate a new password, and you can set rules, whatever that user you want that user to do, deleting, updating, and stuff. Okay, so I have a few users here. I'm just going to generate a new password after this video, so don't copy this URL here. All right, so now we have set up the env variable. We need to create our models for our data. So we need a user model. User, we are going to have an ID field. Let's give it a bit of spacing here. So maybe something like this. And it's going to be type of string, and ID. It's going to be automatic. So the ID is going to be added automatically. So here, instead of, we're just going to do auto like this, and then we're going to map the ID, MongoDB IDs like this, /ID, and it's going to be object ID. And we also want the Clerk ID. So this is the user profile. So we want to be able to save the ID from Clerk so we can identify the user that is logged in. Clerk, because we want to expand the properties. So Clerk ID is going to be user, it's going to be string, and it's going to be unique. And we need, maybe we might need a row. By default, it's going to be user. Let's do string. And we're going to do a default. It's going to be user. Okay, so, and we also need category stats, because we're going to show some statistics. All right. We don't have this one yet, but we're going to create that the model later. And we need a model called category, like so. And we're going to have an ID, and it's going to also map the object ID. Okay. And it's going to be type of string as well. And we're going to have name. It's going to be type string. Instead of unique, it's just going to be type of string. And description, which is going to be optional. And we're going to have an image, which is also going to be type of string, optional. And we're going to have quizzes, and it's going to be type of quiz, and category stats. And this is going to be the reverse relation here. Reverse relation, okay, to category stat. Okay, perfect. Now what we're going to do, this is category stat, not stats. All right, so now we are going to create a quiz model. And we are just going to have ID. Let's do type of string, and we're going to map the ID, and we're going to give it a title, and we're going to give it an image. Actually, let's do the description, image, which is optional, and we're going to give it a category ID, which is going to be type of string, and it's going to be DB object ID, a DB.object ID, like so. And we're going to give it a category, and we're going to do a relation category. All right, and we're going to do questions. It's going to be an array of questions, and it's going to be a type of question. We don't have this model yet, but we need to create that model question, and we're going to map the ID, and we're going to have text. It's going to be type of string, and it's going to have a quiz ID, and it's going to be type of string, which is going to be the object ID. It's going to be a MongoDB object ID. All right, and we're going to set difficulty, which is type of string, and it's going to be optional. And we also set the quiz, which is going to be type of quiz, and it's going to have a relation. Okay, and actually when we delete, we want to do a cascade, which means if we delete the parent, it's going to delete the child. And let's do on delete and cascade. So, and we're going to do options. So these are going to be the answers. So these are, you can add as many options as you want per question, and it's going to be type of option in array, and we need to create that option model option. All right, and we're going to map the ID as well, and we're going to have a text. It's going to be type of string, and it's correct. It's going to be type of boolean, because it's going to be true or false, because each question it's going to have properties. For example, each question is going to be is correct, so you can check if it's correct, or if it's not correct, which is false. And we are also going to give it a question ID. It's going to also be an object ID, and the question is also going to have a relation, and on delete it's going to be cascade as well. But finally, we just need a category start. Category start, and we're going to also map the ID, something like this one here. Map the ID. I'll get rid of this fields here. So we need actually the user ID is correct. It's remembering what I was doing on the other screen. Category ID is correct. For the user, I actually want a relation here. So user, so we have user ID, but we want user, not user ID, just user. Oh, it's already here, down here. I didn't notice that. Okay, so the user, we have the relation. Yep, that's good with the user ID. And category. So we have category, and also we have a relation. And here we're going to do a unique user ID and category ID. These are going to be unique. Okay, so we can comment this out. So for example, let's do, we actually need attempts here. Actually, I don't want to rely on this autocorrect. I'm just going to get rid of this one. So let's start from user ID, and let's do user, and we're going to do a relation category ID. It's going to be an object ID, like so. And we're going to do category, which is going to be a type of category. We have the model already, and it's going to be a relation with the category ID. And we're going to do attempts, and it's going to be an int, and default it's going to be 0, like so. And completed, it's going to be an int as well. Default is going to be 0. We can comment and say total attempts in this category, total completed quizzes in this category. And we can do average score. So for average score, it's going to be a float, actually. Score, and it's going to be float, type of float. A float is something with a comma separated value, like for example 5.5, not comma, but it's going to be separated by a dot, like 10.5. All right, this is like a float here, and an int is just a whole number. All right, and we have average score, and finally we need last attempt, when the user last attempted a particular quiz. Okay, so it's going to be dead time. So this is going to be optional. Okay, we can comment last attempt in this category. I don't even know why my cursor is blinking like this. I don't know where I've clicked. All right, and here let's see what this issue is about. Category start. Okay, like so. All right, perfect. And I think, oh, I don't know why I've clicked. My cursor is blinking in a weird way. I'm going to fix that after this. All right, and we have done with our models. Now we just need to generate. So click generate here, or you can go to the terminal and run npx Prisma generate, like so. All right. And we want some categories. We want to add some categories to our database. Let's create a new folder to do that. Let's see. Let's go in the root directory, new folder. Let's name it scripts. We're just going to create a script that's going to add some categories to the database. Okay, and let's name it categories. Categories.ts, like so. All right. Oops. Now in here, we're going to create an async function here. Async, and it's going to be called seed categories or add categories. Add categories. All right. And I'm going to run this down here. Add categories. And I'm just going to catch. So if there's any error, it's going to be, error. This cursor is quite distracting. And then it's going to be a callback function here. And for the error, we're just going to show the error. We can show this in the console. And error adding categories. And then we're just going to show the error like that. And then otherwise, once we finish adding the categories, we want to close async function. And we're just going to await. And then we are going to disconnect. But we need to disconnect something. So we are going to set the Prisma client. So what we're going to do, we're going to import Prisma client. So up top here, I'm just going to create a variable. And this is going to be categories, Prisma, or categories. I just put a shortcut here because this is going to be a dynamic variable, like so. And in here, we're going to import Prisma client. And we're going to require Prisma client, like so. What issue do we have? Oh, because of the await here. So I'm just going to await this one before we do anything. Await Prisma and then disconnect. We are getting an error because we have not finished doing this. And then I'm going to reassign this variable here. Not Prisma client, but categories. And it's going to be a new Prisma client. We're going to create a new Prisma client, an instance. Okay. And I'm just going to put a loop here. Let's add a console saying adding categories. And I'm going to loop using a for loop, a for of actually. Okay. For category of categories. We don't have categories yet, but we are going to sort that out later. And then we're going to await dot category. And then we're going to create here. We're going to create, which means we're going to add data. And it's going to be category. All right. We don't have these categories yet. So let's create an array for that. Categories. All right. And we are going to have some properties in the category. So we are going to have a name, description, and image. Name, like that. And for the first name, I'm just going to do science, and description, something like that. All right. So for const category of categories, like that. By the way, we can add an image. So if you want to push with an image, you can do so. Category. So here's the image. It's optional. So you can also add an image if you want to. But I'm not going to add an image. I'm also going to paste in the rest of the categories. You can use your own categories if you want to. So category. I think I'll remove one of the categories here. You know what? I'll just leave these categories as they are. And then we can remove them later. For this one, I'm just going to do any, no type checking. And we should be good to go. Let's try that. So for us to be able to run this, we need to run using TypeScript node. So let's do that. npx ts node. And we're going to go into scripts folder, categories, like so. Scripts, categories.ts, and then let's press enter. And then we're going to run. Actually, let's put a console after we've completed. So after the for loop, okay, so we have console logging after we've completed. Okay, so dot category. So let's try that. Save and let's press enter. Okay, so it seems like we have an issue. Cannot find the categories. npx. So let's check this spelling if it's correct. Scripts. Oh, it's actually script. It says script here. It should be scripts. Okay, so enter. Okay, so it says categories added successfully. So let's see that if they're working. So let's run npx actually, Prisma Studio. Okay, so let's visit this local host, this one here. Okay, so as you can see, if I go to the category model, we have 10 categories here or created. So we've pushed those categories using this script. What we can do, we can also check in MongoDB if we have those categories. If we go to database and we are going to go to clusters and browse collections, and we're going to look for our application, this one here. And as you can see, this model, we have 10 items here pushed to the database. All right, that's perfect. And we can just add as many items as you want here if you want to. I'm just going to stop Prisma here. So we have categories. Now we want to display those categories on the home page. Here on the home page, we want a way to fetch those categories and then display them at the home page. So let's go to our folder and we're going to create an API folder. And let's create a new file, a new folder actually. And we're going to name this categories. It's a route called categories. And we're going to also have another route in here. It's going to be called user. So for categories, I'm going to create a route.ts. Like so. So this is the main entry point, the main route of our categories. Okay, so for this one, we want to get export function. It should be async function. It should be get, capital letter get, because we're using next, and it should be next request, like so. And we're going to do a try catch. There was an error getting categories. Return next response from server.json, and we can show the error, and you can also show the status if you want to. Okay, and you can do like this. You can show message and status. So status, let's set it to 500. Okay, perfect. And for us to be able to get the categories, it's very simple. So it's a public route. We're just going to do something like this. Const categories goes to await. We're going to await Prisma. Okay, so Prisma client. But for us to be able, we don't want to keep creating the Prisma client. So what we're going to do, we're just going to make it easier in here, in the utils folder. I will create a file called connect. Connect.ts. All right. And it's going to be Prisma. And it's going to be Prisma client. Prisma client. Actually, it's coming from Prisma /client, like so. So we have the Prisma client. I'm going to check for the environment. We're going to check process.env if it's equal to production. And then we're going to set Prisma client. We're going to create a new instance. And then we're going to set this variable to this created instance here. So here, else, we're going to check if not global.prisma, we're going to do global.prisma equal to the new client as well. Okay, so global.prisma equal to new Prisma client. Perfect. And we can set Prisma to global.prisma, and we're going to export default Prisma. So let's see what it's complaining about. We can declare global, and we can set var Prisma to Prisma client. And we're going to go back to, so here we need to import Prisma. Let's import Prisma. Import Prisma coming from utils connect. And then we should be able to see Prisma.category like this, because we want to get all of the categories. And then we're going to do find many, like so. So now we're fetching all of the categories. We just need to return those, get all categories, and we're going to return a next response. Next response.json, and we're just going to return categories. I'll get rid of these curly braces, and we're going to save that. And let's go to the home page. So for us to be able to display these categories publicly, let's go create a new context, because I want the categories to be able to be accessed anywhere in our application. You can make them only accessible on the home page if you want to, but I just want to make it flexible. And we're going to create a new context, react.create context. You can import React from React here, export const global context provider. Okay, and we're just going to return here. I'll get rid of this state here. For now, I'm just going to pass in a variable, not a variable, but a value called hello, just to test this out. And we can also console log this. All right, so now we need to wrap our entire application with this global provider. And also we need a way to access the variables in this context. We're going to create a new file called use global context. This is the hook that's going to allow us to access whatever variables are in our context. And then we're just going to return react.useContext, use context, and then we're going to pass in the global context. All right, and we need a way to wrap this entire context to our application. And we should have a folder called providers. And we're going to create a new file. It's going to be context provider. So make sure the spelling is correct. Context provider. Okay, and children is going to be the React node, and this is going to be a client component. Use client, and we're just going to destructure. This is going to be the children. This is going to be the children is going to be the entire application, and we need to import global context provider from context. Context, and it's coming from global context, and we just wrap our entire application with that. And we need to go to layout, and let's do the same here. Context provider. All right, so we shouldn't have any issues. So now let's check our console. We need to run this project. npm, where's the run dev? Let's check our console to see if our context is working. Let's refresh. All right, as you can see, it outputs context provider. That means it's working. So we need to create a way for us to get categories. I'm going to create a hook, use categories. All right, so for use categories, let's install Axios. It's going to allow us to do some requests. Should be npm I Axios. So this is going to be a hook. So, and we're going to export this hook. Export default use categories like so. I'm going to have some state. Loading and set loading. So make sure you import use state here. Use state. And we need categories. It's going to be an array. By default, it's going to be an empty array. And we want to get categories. Get categories. There'll be an async function. And we're going to use try catch. And we're going to set loading to true when we're fetching. Console log error in fetching categories, like so. I'm gonna get a response. It's gonna be await Axios. Make sure you import Axios, and it's gonna be a get request. And we're going to get API and categories. That's the endpoint. And I'm just going to set the data in the state response to data, and I'm going to set loading to false. So that's our function to get the categories. So on initial render, we're just going to do use effect. On initial render, I want to get those categories. All right, get categories. Okay, where am I? I'm outside. I should be inside here. Get categories. And then I'm just going to return some values. I'm going to return the categories and also the loading state. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the global context. I'm going to get loading and categories from use categories. Use categories, so we need to import that. Yeah, is it correct? Yep, that's correct. And we need to dispatch those properties down here. Okay, so we have loading and categories. So we can console log and see if we have the categories. Okay, let's refresh because we're not running the application. We are not going to, oops, wrong one. We're not, wrong one again. We need to refresh our page. Okay, let's wait for it to kick. Okay, let's try again. It's taking forever to load. It's taking forever. Let's try again. Okay, syntax error. Okay, so now it should work. As you can see, we have categories. So we have all of our categories here. That's perfect. And now we need to populate those categories on our home page. So I'm just going to close everything so it doesn't look distracting. Okay, and let's go to home page. And here we're not going to start this by parent, but I'm just going to add an H1 here. Quiz catalog. So all right, so we have the text. We should be able to see a text here, and we should put this to bold. All right, and we're going to have a grid which is going to contain our quiz catalogs. Let's start that div, and I'm just going to do it as a grid, a responsive grid. Margin top 6, display grid, and the columns, the minimum width is going to be 300 pixels, and it's going to be auto fit, and 1FR, it fills in the remaining space, and a gap of 6. All right, so now we just need to get the categories. Categories, which is coming from the global context. Use global context, like so. So this is an array of categories. And now we need to render a component for each category. Let's go to the components folder. And this component, I'm just going to name it home card. Actually, we need a parent folder for this. It's going to be quiz and home card. You can name this whatever you want. All right, so we need to render for every category the home card component. Oops, home card. And we're going to pass in a key, which is category.id. All right, so category, we can create a new folder called types. Okay, and we can create a type of category. Interface. We have ID. Type is going to be string. String. And we have name. String. Description. And we have image, which is going to be optional. And this is a type of string. And we have quizzes. And it's going to have a type of quiz. Interface. So we have quiz, which has ID, title. So quiz, it has ID, title, description, which is optional, type of string or no, image, type of string or no, category ID, type of string, and questions. It's an array of questions with a type of question. We also need an interface for that question. Okay, so each question has an option. So it has an array of options with an array of option. So we need an option as well. Okay. All right, and then we're going to export type, and then we're going to export these types here. And here we're just going to do I category. So the warning disappears. So we need to do the same thing here. Interface props. Let's do. Oh, we can just do. What is it? Category. Category. All right. So now we have the category. And we just need to display the data here. Let's do a class name. Let's see if it's working first. Let's see. There's our categories. They're working. So they're in a grid. So this grid is going to be responsive depending on how big the screen is. Now let's style those items. Class name. And I'm going to give it a border 2, and a cursor to pointer. And I'm going to give it a shadow. Okay, and a shadow. So the shadow is our shadow. So X 0.300, and the color is going to be, it's actually Y 00, and then the color is going to be black, and the opacity is going to be 0.1, which is 10%. Save that. So there it is. Okay, there's the shadow with an opacity of 10%. Okay, so let's do a hover effect. When we hover, we want to translate minus y 1, something like that. And we're going to give it a transition and the duration of 300 milliseconds and ease in and out like that. So when you hover, there's a bit of a transition, as you can see. Great. And we're going to have two divs. The first div is going to contain an image. Let's give it a class name, class rounded. And we're going to set that to XL, extra large. And we're going to set the height to something like 9 rem. And rem and py, we're going to set that to 1. By the way, I was going to put like random backgrounds on each individual card, but I changed the design. But I'm going to show you how to do that later on. But for now, let's just display the image. So image is coming from next image. And I'm just going to soft close this image. We don't see anything yet. That's why we have an error. So for the source, we're going to check. Okay, so category image, if we do have an image coming from the database, so check category image if it's there. Okay, and then we're going to display category.image if it's there. Okay. Otherwise, if we don't have the category.image, we are going to display some images coming from the public folder here, which is served by default. So we don't need to include the public. It's going to be /categories. Okay, so remember, we don't need to include the public folder here because it's served by default. So we just need to include the this one here, categories folder. Okay, so each image is named in a specific way. So categories, and each image is going to be starting with image like this. Okay, and it's going to have the name of that particular category. Okay, so image and then the name of the category. So here are some of the categories here. And then we're going to use category.name, name like so. And then we are going to put that as a lowercase. So I'll put like an extension at the end here, SVG extension at the end. But this name, we want to lowercase the name and also get rid of the white spaces, separating them with a dash. To lowercase, like so. And then we're going to split, and then we're going to split with an empty space like this. And then we're going to join. We're going to create a string, join with a dash like this. And then this is the extension. All right, let's save that. So now we should be able to see something happening here. Let's refresh. Oh, that's weird. I don't even know what's going on the screen now. That's really weird. So that's the image source. Let's see the warning category. Props. Let's do category. Category like so. Okay, did I give it a correct? Okay, so object fit is set to cover, so we don't need that one. Get rid of object fit. I think it's obsolete. And these are old way to do stuff. So get rid of this rounded XL. We're just going to give the width 100% because the parent, it has a height of 9 rem. So let's set the width to 100%. So it's going to fill, it's not going to overflow this parent here. And we're going to do rounded XL. So let's save that. So science is missing width property. Oh, we didn't give it width and height here. So width, set that to 300%, not 300%, 300. And height, we're going to set that to 200. So save that. Okay. And we're also going to set the height to 100%. All right. Perfect. And we probably don't need to set this with 100% here. We just need to set the height. All right. So now we have the cards that are showing nicely. And we need to add the text. And we should be done with the styling of the image. I'm just going to collapse this div. and we're going to add the text. And this one, we're going to have a div. Actually, we're going to have a h2 category to name. So, and we're going to do a p tag category to description, like that. We just need to style those class name, and I'm going to give it a padding y2 px6, like so. All right. And we are going to style this class name text excel, and this one we're going to give it gray 600 and font semi-bold, like that. That's good. Now let's put this in a container. Actually, wait a minute. These classes should be in a container. This is the main container here. And cut this div and put it in here. Save that. Sweet. Now it looks better. So science, I don't like that description there. I'm going to change that later. It's too long for these cards. So we're going to fix that. Geography, art, history, mathematics. Yeah, I think I like what I see on the screen. Let's go to Prisma Studio. All right, Prisma Studio. Let's go to category, science. We can change this text here for science, make it shorter. That's entirely up to you, by the way, if you want to change it to something else. I'll just put some text here. Save one change. Okay, so now we've saved the changes. And now let's try to run our project back again. Oops, wrong command. Now let's run npm run dev. All right, and let's refresh this. Okay, it looks good. By the way, we can increase the font size if you want to. If you think it's a bit too small, you can increase it to whatever you want, whatever you see fit. I think it looks good. And yeah, we are done with the categories. So we want a way to be able to click these categories and route to a particular page that we click on. So let's do that. And we are going to make sure this is a client component. Use client. Router equal to use router. It's coming from next navigation. And we want to route to whatever card we click on. On click, and we're going to do router.push. We're going to go to categories, and category ID. That's the URL we're going to route to. So if I click, it's going to change here to categories and the ID of that particular category. Let's create a page for that. Categories, and then a dynamic URL. We need to create another folder. So this is a dynamic URL using category ID, category ID, like so. And then we're going to create a page. It's going to be dynamic, like so. All right. And let's see, as you can see now, we don't have an issue now. We can click and route to whatever page that we click on. That's good. So for each category, we're going to have quizzes inside. So for example, when I click on science, we can create as many quizzes as we want inside the science category. So we want a way for us to be able to create those quizzes. Let's go to scripts and do that. And we're going to create quizzes.ts. Okay, so in here, we're going to create a variable. Let's name it quizzes, Prisma, like what we did earlier for categories. Prisma, like so. And this is going to be any. We're not going to do any type checking here. Okay, and I'm just going to create an array called quizzes, and it's going to be an array of objects. So for us to be able to create a quiz, we're going to need a title for this object. Title, I'm just going to name it quiz1, and we're going to have a description and category ID. I'm just going to put it 1 at the moment. Okay, so that's the quizzes, and we need to create a function for us to push some quizzes to the database. Async function, and we're just going to name this seed quizzes, maybe like so. And we are going to use our variable. We're going to assign this Quizma, not Quizma, this quizzes Prisma variable to the Prisma client. So we need to import Prisma client. So we're creating a new instance, and then we're setting that instance to this variable here. And then we can console like that. And then we're just going to loop for const quiz of quizzes. We're going to iterate through this array here, and we're going to get each element, which is an object. And then we're going to push that. We're going to push every element to the database. All right. And name this created quiz equal to await. And then we're going to do quizzes. Oops. Quiz. What did we name this variable? Prisma dot. And then we're going to do dot quiz dot create. And then the data, we're going to push each element we have in this array. So that's the quiz, which is an object. So we're pushing an array of objects to the database. Maybe we can console here, created quiz. We can make this into a, let's use a template intro here. We can do created quiz. Created quiz, we can display the title like so, show a list of quizzes that we've created. And then here we can put a console log. And then now we just need to run this function here. Set quizzes, and we can catch for any errors. And then we're going to COG for the error. And then finally, we're going to disconnect async. And then we're going to await quizzes Prisma and disconnect. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to replace this. So we need to get an ID of this quiz. So we need to run. I'm going to cancel this in the terminal, Control C, and then we're going to run npx Prisma Studio. So we want to copy some IDs so we can create some quizzes linking to a particular ID. I'll copy this. I'll go here. So each category, I want to create sub quizzes inside each category. So we want to get a category ID of whatever item we want to create. So I'm just going to paste an array of an array of quizzes that we're going to create. Okay, so this this so I put a comment here to replace with your actual ID. I'll just put a comment here, replace with your actual ID. So you're going to copy one of these IDs. So this is coming from the reference that I'm using. So this is the wrong ID. So I'm just going to copy. So computer science basics, I'm going to look for that here. So it's going to be inside this one here, inside the computer science category. So I'll copy the ID of computer science and I'll paste it here. And then we have programming fundamentals. It's going to be in the programming category. I'll copy that ID and I'll paste here that ID. And data structures is going to be inside computer science. I'll copy the ID from computer science and then I'll paste in data structures. Physics is going to be inside science. Science. So physics is its own entity as well. And also we can also create it as a quiz inside the science category. Okay, so science, so quiz, science, biology is also science. So we're going to use the same ID, the science category. So physics, biology, chemistry, they're going to be in the same category. Okay, so this is what we're going to do for now. By the way, you can create as many quizzes as you want for each individual category. But for now, I'm not going to waste a lot of time creating a lot of quizzes. So this is what we're going to have for now. So we have how many quizzes? So we have about 6 quizzes in different categories. All right. So what we need to do now is just run our script to push this. So if you remember, npx ts node, and then we're going to push quizzes to ts like so. And seems like we have an issue. Cannot use import statement outside of a module. Okay, so this should be require. All right, I'm going to save that and let's rerun. All right, so it generated quizzes for these categories here. So let's npx run Prisma Studio again and let's see what we have. I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we can see we have some categories, they have quizzes. So this science category, it has 3 quizzes. So each quiz is going to have questions inside. So this one, I can click. So there's 3 quizzes, and each of individual quiz is going to have questions. So we need to generate some questions as well. We're going to do that later. But now we just need to display these quizzes. Okay, so let's display the quizzes. I will close this page, Control C, and we're going to run dev. And I'm going to refresh this page. And I'm just going to click any of these categories. For example, I'll click on the computer science. And let's go to category ID. So that's the page we're going to route to. Oops, I need to. So we're going to route to this page, right? When we click each individual category. So this is going to be a server component. So this is a server component. We're going to fetch some data here. So I'm going to get the user ID. User ID. Okay, it's going to come from auth. Okay, so we're going to await. Actually, this is going to be an async function here. Okay, so we're going to await auth from it's going to come from Clerk, because we're getting the user ID, the logged in user ID, and we want to also get the category ID. Const category ID. So remember we have a param here, category ID, and we're going to await params. Okay, like so. await params. All right. So we actually need to import, not import, but we need to destructure params. Like so. This should be params. Okay, so params. What is this saying? Does not exist on type string. I'll just get rid of type checking here. Okay, so we should have category ID. So let's try to COG category ID here. And let's go to the terminal. And we should be able to see a category ID of whatever category we are routing to. So refresh. So here's our category ID, server. It's a server component. So there is our ID here. That's our param. Okay, so we have the user ID and also the category ID. Oops. The category ID. So we're going to check here if not category ID, we're going to do something and maybe we can return no. Okay, like so. That's when we don't have the category ID. But now I'm going to fetch the quizzes, await, and Prisma. We need to import Prisma coming from utils. Okay, so let's import Prisma. Coming from utils, connect, await Prisma and dot quiz. And then we're going to find many. Okay, find many. And where we're going to get the quizzes where the category ID matches this category ID here. Okay, so if it matches, I'm going to fetch the quizzes. So, and I'm going to include. So here I'm going to include the questions. Let's do this, questions. And I'm going to select. Let's select the ID, true, text, true, and we're going to select the difficulty, true, options, we're going to select ID, text, and is correct. Okay, and then I'm going to save. All right, and I'm going to order this as well by ascending order by. We can order ID ascending, or we can use created at as well. Okay, now we should have the quizzes. Let's console log quizzes. As you can see, we have an array of quizzes. So this category, it contains 2 quizzes inside. Okay, so there they are. So we have computer science basics and we have data structures. All right. Now we want to render these quizzes. I'm going to put an H1 here, the same one we've used on the home page. And we're also going to do the same grid we've used on the home page. But I'm going to check quizzes to length. So if it's greater than 0, let's do a div. So we're just going to show quizzes on this div and then no quizzes found in this div. Okay, instead of a div here, I'm just going to use an H1 and I'll add a text. No quizzes found for this category. And I'll put text to 2XL and text center margin top to 4. Okay, so for this div here, this is going to be a grid. So we're going to map in here. So I'm just going to cancel this. Quizzes.map. All right, we should have, we should have an iQuiz type. Okay, and here we're going to return a component. We're going to name this component quiz card. Quiz card.tsx export, and we're going to render this component here. And we're going to give it a key because we're mapping through a list. So we need to give it a key. And we're going to pass in the quiz, not the user ID. We don't need this user ID. And let's start with this parent. We're going to copy the styles from the home page. We're going to use the responsive grid. Margin bottom we set to 8 grid. It's going to be an auto fit. The minimum width is going to be 400 pixels and a gap of 6. All right, and the styles are quite similar to the styles on this here. Okay, so I'm just going to click this again, and I'm going to open up quiz card interface props quiz. We can do quiz. And by the way, oops, wrong spelling. Quiz. What's the issue here? Key. Because we need to destructure here. All right, and we don't need to do this here, by the way, because we've set the type in this component here. Now we've destructured the quiz. We should have access to the properties, and it's quite similar to the first one, to the card we've done earlier. Go and copy. Go to the home page and copy. Actually, not home page, but this card here. Copy this. So copy that, and we're going to go back, quiz card, and paste that in. So we should have a card. There it is. Nice. Now we just need to display the information of that card. And I'm going to give it a class name. I'll set the padding y2 px flex, and it's going to be flex column, and I'll give it a gap of 4. So the first div is going to contain the image. And for this one, I'll give it a class name rounded XL, so something like that. And I'm going to give it a height of 16 rem. You can style this however you see fit. Py, I'm going to set that to 1. And for the background, I'm going to give it a background of this color here, and the opacity is set to 20%. So that's the background color for the image, and the opacity is 20%. That's good. And let's set that image. Image, oops. So you need to import image from next image. Self-closing. So let's start with the source src, and we're going to check quiz image. We're going to display quiz.image. Okay, and we're just going to check if it exists. If it exists from the database, we're going to display whatever is coming from the database. Otherwise, it's remembering what we've done earlier on the other card. Otherwise, I'm going to display actually the images for the quizzes. They're still coming from the categories folder. This one here, categories, and each image starts with image dash dash. That's BEM notation. And I'm going to use the quiz.title. For example, if it's data structures with a space, I am going to split by this space, and that space I'm going to replace it with this dash here. And then at the end here, I'm just adding a file extension, and then I'm just making sure everything is in lowercase so we don't have any issues. All right, and then I'm going to save that. So it seems like we have an issue because we have not set a width and a height property, which is required and also the O tag. I'm just going to say quiz image, and we need width, and I'm going to set 200 here. It's remembering what we've done on the other card, and I'm going to set width to 100%. Width full, height doesn't matter here. Width doesn't matter actually. We can just set the height, and it's going to automatically adjust accordingly. All right. So we have the nice images. That's good. Now we need to display the text underneath. Text. I'll go underneath. I'll create a div. We're going to have an h2. We're going to display the title using quiz.title here. It's actually an h2, not h1. And the font is going to be bold. And I'm going to display a p tag, which is going to have gray 600 and line height of none and font semi-bold. So there it is. That's the title. And we have another div, which is going to showcase how many questions we have. So this one, we're going to display flex, item center, justify between, and I'm going to display p tag. I'm going to give it gray 400 for the text, and I'm going to get rid of the line height leading, which is none, and font semi-bold, text SM, that's for small, display flex, and I'm going to give it a gap of 2 because we're going to display 2 spans in here. The first one is going to display an icon called dots. It's coming from utils, icons, and I'm just going to make it slightly bigger. Text, Excel, and I'm going to display another span in here, which is going to show the text. And it's going to say total questions, something like this. And then I'm just going to add a space, and then let's do another span. For this one, I'm going to do quiz.length, quiz.questions, whatever, how many questions it has. I'm just going to showcase how many questions each quiz has. Class name, and we're going to do font bold here. All right. So questions, it says 0 here. If we can tweak this text if you want to and see how it looks. But I think let's leave it at 600. All right. So total questions, that's 0 because we've not created any questions for this category. Okay, for this quiz, not category. So this quiz is in a category. All right, so we need to create some questions. When we click this one, we want to route as well. So we need to import router. Import router. Const router. Use router. So it's coming from next navigation, like so. And this should be a client component because we're using hooks. Use client, and when I click, I want to route. Okay, so we are going to create a function for that. And I click like so. So in this end click, we're going to do router.push. We're going to push to quiz, but the page you want to go to is called setup. That's where we're going to set up. It's a setup page, all right? Okay, so handle click, we are going to edit on this button here. We're going to call the function when we click, and it's going to route us to the setup page. All right, so before we do any setup, we need a way to add the questions onto this. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to create a folder called data. Let me collapse this. Let's create a data folder. So this, I'm just going to showcase some stuff. So the data folder, we are going to create some questions and answers. So I'll show you what a question and answer look like. So for example, uh, so oops, I'll create an object obj. So this is what a question look like. So there's text, okay, and then there's options. Options is an array. Okay, so each array, it has text is correct, and also we can add difficulty, which is optional. Okay, so if you remember, if I go to what am I looking for again? I'm looking for Prisma folder. Prisma. So quiz. So here is a question. So we have a quiz ID. So we have the text, and also we have difficulty, and then we have options. Options, which is an array of option, which is this one here. So we have is correct, text, question. Okay. And so we have text options. We can add difficulty as well if we want to. So for this an array of objects, and we can have as many options as we want in here. Okay. And we can pick the answers that are correct. So if an answer is correct, you can put a boolean to true. Otherwise, the rest will be false. Or you can put more than two items to true if there's more than one answer that is correct. Okay. So I'm going to, in the data here, I've generated some questions using AI to save time off screen. So if you want to get this, the starter data, you can copy it from the GitHub repo if you want to follow along. Otherwise, you can generate your own questions. I'm just going to drop in some files in here. Okay, so I'm just going to explain what this file does. So biology. So this is question and answers for biology. All right. So it's an array of objects that is options, which is an array of objects that is answers. All right. And we have chemistry, something, computer science, something. Okay. So now we just need to push this data to our database. So I'm just going to stop this from running. And we are going to go to scripts. So this is our final script, by the way. And I'm just going to name these questions .ts. So this is our final script. We are not going to create any more scripts. And we can import questions. Actually, we need to require this questions like this, and we're going to require data and let's start with biology questions. All right, we're going to start with biology questions. Prisma client. What is this? Cannot redeclare block scope variable. Prisma client. Okay, we are going to, let's do let questions Prisma any. We're going to do this in the function async seed questions, like what we've been doing earlier. Okay, and we're going to do questions Prisma new. We're going to create a new instance, new Prisma client, like so. Okay, and we need to loop. We can put a console here, questions like that, and let's do a loop using for of const question of questions. So questions is an array, remember? Questions and not created quiz. We're going to await. We're going to create. And then data. So we have text. Text is going to be question. Oops. Question.text. And we have quiz ID. So the quiz ID. So it's basically we need to link the questions to a particular quiz. Okay, so we haven't done we need to go to Prisma and copy to the Prisma dashboard and copy the ID that we want to link these questions to. Okay, so quiz ID, and we have options, the options property. So it's an array, and we are going to create, questions. So question.options. Okay, like that. And finally, we have the difficulty question.difficulty, like so. Perfect. So we need to, let's do a console after this. Let's do it here actually in the loop. So for each individual question that we add, we can do this. Created question.text. And then here we can conclude by saying seeding questions completed. And then we just need to we need to run this function here. So which is seed questions, and then we're going to catch if there's any errors, await, and then we're just going to disconnect. Okay, now we need to run Prisma. Run Prisma Studio. I'll close it here. We need to refresh it in here. So now we need to, so this is the category, but we need to find quizzes. I'm going to go to quizzes. So we have 6 quizzes. Now we need to link these quizzes to a particular, we need to link them. We need to link these questions to a particular quizzes. So I'm going to copy biology. I'll copy the ID here. So this is the quiz ID, quiz, and then that's the ID. Copy, paste this ID here, save that. And I'm going to cancel. And let's change this to questions.ts. And let's run that. So it seems like we have an issue. Okay, because we have not imported Prisma client. It's actually const Prisma client. Oops. Wait a minute. It should be here. All right. Now let's try it again. Okay, another issue. So require module not found. Okay, I'll get rid of this. I'll do like this. So let's try that. Let's run it again. All right. So now it's generating our questions. So we should have generated our questions. That's for biology. Now we need to do chemistry. Chemistry questions.js. And we need to copy the ID for chemistry. Copy the ID. Change it. Oops, I did not copy. Paste that ID and rerun again. All right, so chemistry, and now we have computer science. CS, that's computer science. .js, and we need to look for computer science. So with computer science, that's the basics. and replace the ID and generate. Okay, it doesn't seem like we have a lot of questions for computer science. Let's see, CS questions. Doesn't seem to be a lot, but we can add more later. Computer science. So the next one is data structures. So there's quite a few in here. So go back to questions, data structures.js, and we need to copy the ID, data structures, and replace. Save that and run. Okay, that's done for that. And the next one is physics. Physics, copy, replace, and we need to change this one to physics. And run that. While it's running, we need to copy for programming questions. So physics, programming, and change this ID here to programming. And now we need to change the data to programming. And we're going to run. All right, so we have some data now. We can check this data out inside Prisma Studio. Refresh. And as you can see, we have some questions for each quiz. Okay, so each quiz has, this one is 10, 20, 39, 15, 15. You can add as many questions as you want. You can expand and add as many questions as you want, as many answers as you want. Okay, so now that's that. Let's create a page for each of these questions, which is going to be the setup page. Let's run the project again. I'm going to close everything so we don't get distracted. Collapse everything. Go back to app, categories, open up the category ID, user ID. What did we get this user ID for? I can't remember now. But anyway, let's move on. If we need it, we're going to use it later. Okay, so we have quiz card. Okay, so when I click, it's going to route us to setup and this page here. So we need to create that page. Create a new folder. That's how we create a new route. Setup, like so. And we are going to create a dynamic route. It's actually inside quiz. So it goes to quiz and then setup. All right, so let's double check. So it goes to quiz, setup, and then a dynamic route, which is quiz ID, like so. And we're going to create a new page. So let's see if it disappears. All right, so our page looks good. All right, so in here, there's going to be a lot of things. We're going to import shardcn. Not import, but we need to install some components. So let's cancel. Control C. Shad cn add. We're going to add label. We're also going to add an input, and we're going to add a select. All right, yes. All right, so now we have the 3 components added. Let's rerun npm run dev. Okay, I'll create a div here, and I'm going to give it a width of 50%, and I'm going to give it that shadow we've been using. So it's going to have a padding top and bottom 6 rem, width 50%, position of fixed, left 50%, that's 1/2, that means 50%, top 45%, translate x minus 50%, that means it's going to be centered on the screen because left is 50% and it's going to be centered. And translate y minus 50%, it's going to be centered on the y-axis as well. Padding 6, border 2, rounded XL, and this shadow here. We've been using 0.3 RAM, but I want this shadow to be a bit bigger. So 0.5 RAM and margin left and right. Let's set that to auto. All right, let's refresh that. Okay, so there it is. And now inside, we're going to add a few items. Let's start with an H1. It's going to be quiz setup. Okay, so quiz setup like this. Quiz setup, and we're going to have a div. Let's do space y. Let's set that to 6. All right, and we're going to have a div which with inside here with a space y of 2. Space y of 2, and we're going to add a label component. It's coming from components label like so. HTML4, this is going to be question count, and this is going to be number of questions, and then we're going to close the label. And the text, I'm just going to change this to LG, number of questions like this, and then we're going to have an input coming from the components. Input self-closing, and the type is going to be number, and ID is going to be question count. So when I click, it's going to activate this input. All right, that's what we want. So the minimum is going to be 1, min 1, like so. Oops. Okay, so we have the input. We need other inputs. So we need a select here. I'm going to create another div with a label. So we have a label called category. So category here, that's the label. So the text is LG as well. Input, new div, space y, let's set that to 2. And let's do a select. And import select. All right. Why is there spacing here? Space X. Oh, wrong. Where's space X6? So this not space X6. It's meant to be space Y6, not X. All right. So there should be spacing here on the Y. So for select, I'm just going to add some placeholder select items that we can use inside the select here. So to use a select, we need to use a select item component. But first off, we need a select trigger. Make sure it's coming from the components folder here. UI, we've installed some components, the trigger, and the placeholder is going to be select category. And we need to import this from the components folder as well. So as you can see, the select category. So now we need some options inside here. And for each option, we need to use select content as a parent. Select content. And we need a select item. Import that, category 1. All right. I'm just going to put in some placeholder categories. All right. And I'm just going to disable this because this is a placeholder. We don't need it at the moment. One click, select, disabled. So this is not going to be, it's going to be disabled. All right, so we have done the select. We need another div underneath. So we need a label for this div. Space y2, and this is going to be difficulty. We can select filter the difficulty. Okay, so for the difficulty, we're going to basically do the same thing we've done here with the select. Okay, and for the select, I'm just going to paste in some options. Copy this select here and remove disabled. And this should be select difficulty. And it's going to be ID difficulty. And default value is going to be unspecified for this one. Okay, so we have unspecified. That's going to be our default value. And we need to do unspecified here. So, oops. Unspecified. Unspecified. Okay, so unspecified is saying general knowledge, but I'm just going to paste in some options. Unspecified, easy, medium, and hard. Change the text and change the value here because we're going to change the value. So make sure it's a small letter. We're going to change these values here. So perfect. And that's good. Now we need a button down here that says start quiz. Number of questions. We need a default value for that. We're going to sort that out later. We need to go outside of this div. Let's do another div down here. I'm going to give it a padding top and bottom to 4rem, and I'm going to give it a border top of 2. So py 4rem flex item center. It's going to be centered here at the bottom. Centered, that's the button that's going to be centered, and bottom it's going to be 0, position fixed. Right, we don't need right 0 here. bg white border top to 2. All right, save. We don't have anything in here, that's why we don't see anything here. So py 4rem, and down here we're going to add a button. Button coming from shadcn, and it should say start quiz, or to be more accurate, it's going to be start. And we're going to use an icon here, and the icon is called play. Okay, I'm going to give it a class name as well. I'll get rid of this class name, and we're going to give it a padding x10, py6, font bold, text white, text XL, rounded XL. And for this one, I'll save that. I'll do a span in here. And I'll flex that. Flex, item center, gap to 2. And there's our button, but for some reason, it's not covering the entire width. Let's set width to 4. All right, so there's our button. There it is. Looks good. But we need to style this button here. It doesn't look nice. I'm going to open up this button. So we have variants here of the button. I'm going to add my own variant. So this one is going to be called green. So it's a green variant. I'm going to add styles for that particular variant. It's actually blue that I want to start with first. Okay, so for blue variant, I'm going to give BG blue 400. And then I'm going to give it uppercase, text, white, white. And I'm going to do shadow like that. And I'm going to do a hover effect. And I'm going to use that shadow. So when I hover, it's going to be BG blue 500. And the shadow is going to be this color here. So 0.3 on the Y. And this color. And also the button color. It's going to wait. So by default, this is going to be the shadow. Okay. When I hover, this is going to be the shadow color. So let me show you. Save that. Let's use the variant. So we need to set our variant to blue. Save that. So there it is. So by default, it is this blue 400. And the shadow is going to be this dark blue. When I hover, they're going to swap. Okay. They're going to swap around. So that's what we're doing in that variant in this button here. So by default, it's blue 400. And then when I hover, it's going to go to blue 500. Okay. And the shadows are the same colors as well. They're just, so this is blue 400 and this is blue 500. They're just switching around. Okay. So that's good. So we have that button. It looks nice. And we need to actually set up the quiz. But we need to create functionality to do that. And let's close this button here. And let's go back to quiz ID. Okay, so in the quiz ID, we need to create a few things. We need some state. So the state that we want is going to come from the global context. Okay, so in the global context, global context. All right. So in the global context, I want to create a state for setting up the quiz. I'll get rid of this console here. Quiz setup. That's what I'm going to name this. And set quiz setup. It's going to be an object question count. So by default, we want to select how many questions. Okay, we want to set a number of questions here. So that's the state we're doing. Quiz count. Okay, so question count by default, let's set it to 1 by default, and then we can change it. And then category, let's set it to no. Oops, no. And we also need to set the difficulty to no. All right, so that's the default quiz setup state, and we need the selected quiz. So we need to know which quiz we have selected. So we have quiz. So this is ID of a particular quiz. We need to start questions matching this particular quiz using this ID. So after the quiz setup, we need another state. Let's name it selected quiz. So we need to know which one we have selected. It's going to be no on initial render. All right. And we also need another state called quiz responses because we want to store. So for example, if a user selects a particular answer, we want to store those responses in a state and then calculate the results at the end. Responses. It's going to be an empty array at the beginning. Okay, sweet. Now we have the state. Let's dispatch. So we have categories. We need quiz setup. We need set quiz setup. And also we need selected quiz, set selected quiz, quiz responses, and set quiz responses. All right. And now let's go back to the quiz ID page, and we need to destructure some properties. So first off, we need quiz setup, selected quiz setup, set quiz setup, selected quiz, and we're going to get it from global context. And let's make sure this is a client component because we're using some hooks. Use client, that's amazing. All right. So, and if we have not quiz selected, we are going to redirect to the home page. Use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to select quiz and router. Let's get router. From next navigation. And whenever this changes, we want to trigger a re-render. We're just going to check here. If not selected quiz, and then we're going to push at the home page. All right. So seems like we have an issue. It pushed to a click. Okay, it's pushing at the home page because we have not used our state yet. Okay, so we need to set. We need to change our state for selected quiz. Okay. All right. So in the quiz card, so let's go to the quiz card. Where is it? Components, quiz card. And let's change our state for selected. Set selected quiz. Use global context. Like so. So here we're going to set selected quiz to the quiz. Okay, so whatever quiz we click on, we're going to change the state and set whatever quiz we click on into the state. So we don't have to reroute. So let me show you what I mean. So if I comment this out, if I click, not this one, if I click a quiz, it's going to redirect us back to home because there's no selected quiz. So we want to update this state. Whenever I click, I want to put that quiz in this state. So I know that I've clicked on something. Otherwise, it's going to reroute back home. Click that. And now when I click, it won't reroute us back home because there's a selected quiz. All right, so now I'm just going to close the quiz card. We are done with that. So quiz ID, And we need a question change. And a question change. Okay, it's going to be input element. I'm going to get the value. So the value I'm going to pass int because it's going to be an integer. So we're going to convert the value to an int, pass int, and e.target.value, and put 10 here. And max questions, const max questions. So we don't want to go over whatever questions we have in our questions array. Okay, so max questions, go to select the quiz, dot questions, questions dot length, or 1. Let's do 0. Oh, it's actually starting at 1. Let's do 1. Let's just leave it at 1. Okay, so const, let's do new count equal to, we're going to do is not a number. So it's not a number, the value. Okay, so if the value is not a number, or, so this is how we do it, or value is less than 1, or value is less than 1. Okay, so if value is less than 1, we are going to get the minimum value from the max questions. We're going to do math.min. Okay, so these two values we're going to pass in, we're going to get whatever is the minimum value out of these two. We're going to pass in value and max questions. Okay, whatever is the minimum, we're just going to get that. Save that. And then we are going to set quiz setup. And here we're going to take in a callback function. We're going to get the prev results. And we are going to populate the previous. Oops. We're going to populate the previous. Oops. Prev. We're going to use a spread operator to get the previous data, and question count, we're going to use the new count. I'll just leave this as an empty object here. Save that. So that's the handle question change. We need the category change. Actually, we're not going to do categories, so we're going to skip that. Handle difficulty change, set quiz setup, prev, and then we're going to get the prev, and then difficulty, we're going to actually pass it in here. Instead of the event, we're going to pass in the difficulty. Type is going to be string, and then the difficulty is going to be difficulty, like so. But we can just shorten this by doing this. Difficulty, to make sure there's correct spelling. All right, and now we have this information. We need to do handle on change. Let's collapse this. So this input, so the type is number, ID, let's do value. The value is going to be quiz setup dot question count, if you remember our global context. So we have question count, there it is, and on change it's going to be handle question change. So the minimum value is set to 1, and the maximum is going to be the maximum number of whatever questions we have in a particular quiz that we have selected. So selected quiz, because if we select a quiz, we are putting that data in a state, and the state is called selected quiz, and the length of those questions in that particular selected quiz, that's going to be our maximum value. And we're going to skip category, and let's go to difficulty. All right, so this one, label, select, and specified. So we're going to do on value change. On value change, we're going to get value, and we're going to do a value here. We're going to handle difficult change and pass in the value, this value here. So the difficult change is taking a value as a parameter, the difficulty as a parameter, and then on change, we're going to take that value and send that in this function here, the handle change. All right, we can actually CLG and console log the difficulty. So I'll select computer science, and let's inspect. I'm going to clear, easy, medium. All right. Now we can, I think that's what we need for now. Now we just need to actually start the quiz. So we need to collect the data here that we've selected and then send that data somewhere else. We're going to create a function to start the quiz and send whatever data we have selected elsewhere. Okay, so start quiz. So this is going to be an async function, like so, because we're going to submit some data to an endpoint, but we have not created those endpoints yet. So we need to create those endpoints. I think I'll take a small break for now, and then I'll be back. Now let's work on the user endpoint. Let's go to the API folder, and inside the user, we're going to create a new folder. We are going to have start. This is the endpoint that's going to allow us to start the quiz. And we're also going to have a finish endpoint. When we finish the quiz, we're going to save some data to the database, and we're going to display the statistics of the user. So in the start, we are going to create a route.ts file. All right. So let's start with, we are going to, let's export async function. Async function. It's actually a post request. And the request object, we're going to use next request from next server, like so. And we're going to run try catch here. And for the error, we're going to console log. Error. Actually, error starting quiz. Return. We're going to return a next response from next server to a JSON. And we're going to display the error. Let's do a message or error, actually. Error. So, perfect. Now we have a response. We need to get the ID, const user ID. We're just going to rename this to Clerk ID. Clerk ID, and here we're going to await auth from Next.js server Clerk. We don't need to pass in the request object in here. All right, and we are going to get the category ID. Category ID. We're going to await request.json. All right, so we're going to get category ID from the front end. We're just going to check. If not, Clerk ID. So here we're just going to return unauthorized, okay, or use not authenticated. Let's just return unauthorized. All right. We can do this here, and then in the try catch block, we can find user matching our Clerk ID. Const user equal to await Prisma dot user, and then we're going to find unique a user where matches our Clerk ID. So we have the field Clerk ID. It matches whatever we have in our model. So we don't need to do this. Okay, so we can just do Clerk ID like this. So if not user, by the way, we don't have any users created yet. So we're going to get this error here, user not found. 404. Okay, so otherwise, if we have user, const user ID, we're going to set user.id like so, and we're going to find or actually we're going to create a category. Create a category start entry like so. Oops. All right. Create a category entry. So here we're going to create a start. We're going to do some statistics for the user. So whenever I start a quiz, I want to record that I've started a particular quiz because I want to showcase the user data. Depending, I want to save some statistics, whatever the user is doing around the quiz. Await Prisma dot category start. Okay, so we're going to find unique like so, and we're going to find where user ID and category ID, and we are just going to pass in the user ID and the category ID. And if this doesn't exist, if not start, we're going to reassign our variable await Prisma dot category start dot create data, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, and we're going to pass in the category ID, and attempts, it's going to be 1. Okay, it's going to be the first one, and last attempt, it's going to be this new date. Otherwise, oops. Otherwise, we're going to update the existing start. Okay, so if it doesn't exist, we're going to create a new one. Otherwise, we're going to update the existing one. Await Prisma dot update. Oops, update. Wait if Okay, start update where user ID and category ID matches user ID, and then we're going to pass in the category ID. And then for the data, I'm going to pass in attempts, and then I'm going to, what's this issue? So if else await update attempts, we're going to add the previous attempt, and then we're going to add one on top of it. And then we are also going to update last attempt to the new date. Seems like we have an issue here. User ID, category ID, category ID. What's the issue here? Okay, so this is supposed to be outside of where? All right, so data. Nice. All right, and otherwise, we're just going to return here. Start. Okay, so let's see what we have. So when we need to hit this endpoint here, let's go back to quiz ID. So we have the start quiz function. We want to hit our endpoint. So here I'm going to create a variable const selected questions. So selected quiz, okay, dot questions, and I'm going to slice. So slice is going to modify. It's going to mutate the array 0, delete count, quiz dot setup, and then we're going to pass in the question count, and then we're going to filter. We're going to filter the questions. We're going to get. I'm just going to do a queue as a question. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in the difficulty. I will set it to string because we want to filter by difficulty. All right, so whatever the quiz I'm selecting, I want to filter. So let me click. I want to filter by difficulty. So I'm mapping and then filtering. All right, so, and here I'm going to return quizzy, not quizzy, but quiz dot difficulty or my keyboard is being weird. Quiz dot setup dot difficulty. I'm actually going to difficulty to lowercase. This, if it's matching the quiz setup. So you can do this vice versa. You can start with the Q difficulty like this. Okay, Q difficulty if it's matching setup quiz dot difficulty dot lowercase. I'm just going to make sure everything is lowercase. Okay, so if it's matching, so whatever I've selected here, if it's matching, I'm filtering through a list of an array. All right. So if it's matching one, oh, I'm sorry, I need to put my phone on silent. If it's matching one of these options, we are going to return whatever is matching those options. Selected questions. Now I'm going to check if selected questions I'm going to check if the length, if it's greater than 0, I'll put a comment here. So the DB all right, and we're going to run a try catch. So if there's an error, we're just going to showcase the error. Showcase the error here. We're going to await. We're going to use Axios. And it's going to be a post request. And the endpoint is API, user, and start. That's our endpoint. It's remembering the endpoint. Okay, so category ID. Remember, we want the category ID. So selected quiz is going to have an ID of the category. Okay. We might need quiz ID. Select quiz.id. All right, that's the ID of the quiz that we've selected. And this is the category ID field. And yeah, we're displaying the error. So now let's try to start. Actually, so we have try catch. So if, and then let's do an else here. We can alert. Maybe, actually, let's do a toast. We need a package, react hot toast. Let's go to npm. We need to copy. Let's install hot toast. Cancel. Install that, and we're going to go into the layout. And we need to add hot toast here. Toaster. Is it installed yet? Toaster. And the position is going to be top center. Actually, can't remember the property. Yeah, it's actually position. That's the name of the property. Top center. And let's just import toaster from React hot toast. Amazing. And let's rerun this. And let's go back to quiz. So here, we're going to do toast. So import toast from React hot toast dot error. No questions found for the selected criteria. Whenever we have an issue, if we are trying to filter the questions that don't exist, we're going to show an error. And let's refresh this. Right. Are we in? Okay. So let's select the category, select, and let's try to. Okay, so the maximum number of questions is 10 because this category, it has 10 questions. Let's try to select easy. It doesn't exist. Start. There's going to be an issue because there's no user exist. The user doesn't exist. Let's see our console if there's anything. Okay, let's try again. Start. Okay, so because we have not put the start function onto the button. Where's the button? So we need to put the start here. On click, we're going to start quiz. That's what we need to run the function now. Okay, so let's go back, select computer science, select, and let's click start. All right, let's see our console. There's nothing in our console. That's weird. Let's see this one. All right, so now let's try again. Start. Okay, as you can see, we have an error. And let's go for the response. And the data, it says user not found because we don't have a user yet registered. So we need to register a user. So in the user, let's create another endpoint, and we're going to name it register. So we have user quiz. Actually, the endpoint should be quiz for start and finish quiz. And I'm going to take start and finish and move them to quiz. Move. All right. And I'm going to create register in the user. Register. All right. So we need to update our endpoint. So router.push. So we have user quiz and start. All right. So we have updated our endpoint. Here we're going to do a route ts. All right. So for the user, we are going to check if the user exists in our database. Otherwise, we are going to export async function. This is going to be a post because we're going to add a user. Next request. Okay, so error creating user, perhaps. All right, and we need to get the user ID. Okay, so user ID. I'm going to check. If not user ID, if there's no logged in user, we're just going to say unauthorized and 401. I'm going to check if the user exists in the database. Await Prisma.user. Find unique where the Clerk ID matches the logged in user ID. Okay, so that means it exists. If it matches here, the user exists. If not, create a new user. If not user, user equal to await prisma.user.create. So the user ID, we're going to create a new user. The Clerk ID is going to be the user ID coming from Clerk, which is the logged in user. We're creating a new user with that. Else, we can COG here if you want to, or you can return a response user already exists. And then we just need to return next response.json user. All right, so let's see if we are creating the user. Let's select computer science, select quizzes, hit start. Okay, seems like there's another error. Response user not found. Why is it not creating a user then? User not found. Okay, because we are not hitting the register endpoint. So we need to hit this register endpoint on initial render. Whenever we start the project, we need to check. So we need to run this. We need to get the user. Okay, so we're going to do that. Register. I'll do a get here. Actually, I'll do it in the root of the user. Let's do route.ts. Export async function This one is going to be a get request. We're going to get the user information. Try catch, return next response. So make sure you import from next response. Error, getting user. Okay, amazing. Now let's get a user here, matching this ID, const user ID, await auth. As import that, we're going to check if we don't have the user. Find the user in the database, const user equal to await Prisma.find unique, where the Clerk ID matches our user ID. We're going to check user not found. Otherwise, we're just going to return the user. Sweet. And let's go to the global context. This looks a bit messy. I'm just going to close everything, close others. Oh, what is this? Okay, let's go to the global context. What can we change here? User, do we need? I'm just figuring out if we need to create a separate file for this. Actually, let's do it in here. So on initial render, use effect, we want to check for the user. It's actually not selected quiz. I'll get rid of this. I'll get user from track user, and I'll also get the property called is loaded. Is loaded, which is coming from use user from Clerk, and we're gonna check for the listen for the changes of the user. All right, we're gonna check if it's not loaded, or if it's not user. We're gonna check if the user email address is not there. User dot email address is the first one. That's the email address of the user. Dot email address. If it doesn't exist, or if it's not loaded, we're just going to return. We're not going to execute anything that is coming after this. Otherwise, we're going to execute a function, register user. It's going to be an async function. Try catch. We can show the error registering user, await Axios, and let's import Axios, and it's going to be post, and the endpoint is going to be user. We're not sending any data here, don't worry. So it's going to be user, API user. That's our endpoint. It's actually register. Okay, so on initial render, we're registering the user. And we're going to run this function. We're going to check if user.email addresses, if we do have an email address available. So that means the user is loaded and the data is populated. And that's when we're going to run this register user function. All right. So now on initial render, we should be able to register a user. Now let's try to start the quiz. Not mathematics. Let's go to computer science. I'll clear the console. Click start quiz. All right. So 404 not found. Quiz start user response data still says user not found, which is weird. Let's see the console. API endpoint user start is not found. API user quiz start. That's the endpoint here. Start. It is a post request. We're getting the category ID. User not found. Okay, 404 because the user is not being found. All right, but we need to create a user first. But why is it not creating the user on initial render? Let's see if it's executing. Let's go back to global context. User registered successfully. Let's refresh. All right, seems like there's an issue here. What is it? Await Axios the post. Let's see if Axios is being imported properly. Okay, it's being imported. API user register. That's weird. Let's go and have a look on inside register. Access error. Response data. User already exists. Okay, so the user has been registered. Okay, user already exists. Instead of returning this error here, we don't want to return like this because this is going to crash our application. So we can console log user already exists if you want to showcase, because on initial render, it's going to register the user. So now let's try to refresh. Okay, at least now it's not crashing our app. As you can see now, user exists. Because if you return like a JSON, it's going to crash our application. All right, perfect. And let's try to start the quiz again. Computer science, select, hit start. All right, now there's no issues because we have a user. There's no issues at all. That's what we are looking for. Let's go back to this quiz ID. And now we need to push to a page after we click start. So after everything is done, everything passed, push to the quiz page. After that, push quiz. All right, so after everything is complete, boom, boom, and then it's going to save this data in the state and start. And it's going to push us to the quiz page, which we don't have yet. Let's create that page. I'm going to close the API endpoints. We do have the quiz endpoint, but we need to create a page inside it. Page. All right, so now it should, wait a minute. So quiz, and then we have this page. All right, so yeah, now it's working. So in here, we're going to display the quiz. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on in here, actually. We're going to do a lot of filtering. This is going to be a client component. Use client. All right. I'm going to start by getting some state values. I'm going to get selected quiz quiz setup from global context. Okay, so selected quiz setup, set quiz setup, set quiz responses. All right, let's create some state. We're going to check for the current index, set current index to 0, and then we're going to create a state for active question. Okay, so the active question is going to be the question that's going to be on the screen. It's just going to be no. And responses, it's going to be an empty array at the moment. Responses, and we need shuffled questions because we're going to shuffle our answers. Shuffled options, it's going to be an empty array at the beginning. And we need shuffled questions as well. All right. So we have our state, and we need to get router. Let's do it up here. Const router to use router coming from next navigation. And we're just going to check if not selected quiz router.push. We need to shuffle the questions. So currently, when I start the quiz, we are going to see the same amount of questions in the same order. So for example, if I start, you're going to see those questions in the same order, and also the answers are going to be in the same order. I want to be able to shuffle them so that each time you start quiz and select questions, it's going to be different. It's going to be random every time. So to do that, for example, let's console log selected quiz. So here, select a quiz, start. So selected quiz, this is the selected quiz. So we have questions. Okay, so questions is an array, and it is answers. It's going to be fixed every time we see this. So we want to mix them around. Okay, so that's why we have current index. So each page, so we're going to go to next. Each render is going to display a particular sentence and some answers for that. And that's going to be the current index of the questions. So for us to be able to shuffle the questions, we're going to use an algorithm called Fisher-Yates shuffle. Okay, so it's going to randomly select some values from an array. It starts at the end of the array, selecting some values and shuffling stuff. Okay, so let me show you what it does. Let's create that function here. We need to actually return no at the end, so we terminate. All right, so let's create that here. Const, we can name it shuffle array. It takes in an array, and we're just going to skip type checking, and we're going to loop. So for, and we're going to start let, and we're going to start at the end of the array. Okay, array.length -1, because arrays are 0 index based, so length -1, and then as long as I is greater than 0, and then we're going to decrement, both ways work, decrement I like that. And now we are going to generate a random number, a random index between 0 and I, which is the index. we're going to use math.flow. It's going to round down to the nearest integer. Okay, so math.flow, it rounds down to the nearest integer, and we're going to generate a random number, math.random, and we're going to multiply that number, whatever number we generated. So random gives us a number between 0 and 1. Okay, so whatever value, for example, let's say we get 0.5, we're going to multiply 0.5 multiplied by whatever is the current index of I. For example, if I is 10, so I plus 1, I plus 1, uh, I plus 1. So if I is 10, so that means I is 11. So we're going to multiply 0.5 multiplied by 11. Okay, that's going to be the value that we have here, 0.5 by 11. So if you want to, you can use a calculator. 0.5 multiply by 11. Okay, so math.flow is going to get rid of this 0.5. It's going to round down to the nearest integer, which is 5. So the random number will be 5. So if I is 7, if the current iteration of I is 7, 7 plus 1 is 8. So our random, so if a generated random number is 0.3, we can just do something like 0.3 multiplied by 8, our random number. So the answer is 2. We're going to get rid of this using math.flow. Okay, so that's what we're essentially doing. So this is a random. So j, it's going to be a random number. And we need to swap elements. Swap elements. Okay. Swap elements. Elements array. This array here, whatever current index of I is, by whatever current index of j, whatever the random number is of j. So we're going to do this. We're going to do array I, array I, array j, and we're going to swap them around. So let me explain this again. So if the element selected is 5, okay, so that's this is going to be 5, all right, 5, and then whatever number we generated here, if it's like, for example, if it's 6, this is going to be 6, okay, and then we're just going to swap around. So 6 is going to be this way, 5 is going to be this way, and that's going to be the new shuffle data. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. So swap elements, I'll just make this easier. I'll do this destructuring assignment. All right, so now we have the shuffle array function, and we just need to return array, like so. And we can comment this. It's called Fisher Yates shuffle algorithm. I've watched a video on YouTube how to do this, and kind of I get how it works. So if you want to read more information, you can go on Google and search more information about it. All right, so we have that algorithm sorted. We need a use effect. So shuffle questions on initial render. So shuffle questions when the quiz is started. Use effect. So whenever the selected quiz changes, and also quiz setup, that's when we're going to shuffle the questions. Okay, so we're going to constituted questions. We're going to select a quiz.questions. We're going to filter, and we're going to do a question and difficulty. It's going to be a type of string, something like that. All right, type of string for the difficulty. And then we're going to return here, if not quiz setup dot difficulty or we are going to do quiz setup dot difficulty if it's equal to unspecified 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 like that, or quiz the difficulty if it matches the setup difficulty. We're going to ensure that we limit the questions based on the count. Difficulty, let me save this so we can go to the next line to make it more readable. Difficulty, and then here we're just going to slice the delay count 0, and then quiz setup the question count. Okay, so does not exist on type of Boolean difficulty. Wait a minute, I need to return filter. Oops, so this should be after, not inside, in here. Okay, slice, and then we're going to set shuffled questions, and then we're going to use the shuffle array, and then we're going to copy the filtered questions here. We're going to use a spread operator to copy that. So let's see what this issue is about. Okay, so that's weird. Shuffled array. Let's do a type here. We can do as any here. If let's get rid of that. Type checking. Oh, we can create a type. We can use generics. Let's do interface question, and then we can use generics, and it's going to be an array, and get rid of this. All right, and filtered questions, we can actually see this in the console. Shuffled questions. Let's see that. Let's refresh. Let's open up computer science. And I'm going to start shuffled questions. Oh, it's only one question because we've not selected questions. I'm going to go back to computer science. And let's select more questions here. Now we're on a different category. And I'm going to select more questions. All right, so shuffled questions. Let's see selected quiz. Let's see the order if it's different. So the first one is which data structure uses first in, first out. That's the first question. And now, as you can see, it's shuffled. Which data structure uses in, first out. Now it's on index number 5. As you can see, it's shuffled. It's no longer on the first index. So here it's on the first index, and the questions have been shuffled. All right, so that's what we're doing. And we also want to shuffle the answers as well as shuffling the questions as we have done here. All right, so I'm going to collapse, and we're going to shuffle options when the active question changes. Use effect. And here we're going to do shuffled questions, and we're going to change whenever the current index and shuffled questions change. That's when we want to do that. We're going to check if shuffled questions, the index, the current index, if shuffled questions is the current index, we're going to set shuffled options. We're going to use the shuffle array. We're going to use the shuffle array and update the shuffled options with this array shuffled. Okay, so in this shuffle array, we're going to update with, instead of active questions, we're going to update with a shuffled array and then current index dot options. Okay, so shuffle array, actually not shuffle array, but shuffled questions. Shuffled questions was copying the shuffled questions dot options. So we're using spread operator to copy that. We can comment this out actually. Shuffle options for the current question. Let's see what this argument type n is not assignable to type of set state action. Set shuffled options. All right. Shuffled. Let's use the generic here. I option, and it's going to be an array like that. Okay, so that issue is now disappeared. All right. So we have that done. We have the shuffle done as well. Now let's display the data. I'll get rid of this console here. Let's give it a class name. And let's do py, padding top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 2.5 rem. 2.5 rem. And so shuffled questions. So when I click computer science, start, I want to display one question at a time. All right. So for us to be able to do that, I'm going to select shuffled questions, which is going to be an array, but I'm going to select the current index. Okay. So we're going to select one question at a time, current index, and we are going to display a div like that. But for this one, I'm going to give it a class name. Let's do space y. I'm going to set that to 6. So amazing. And we are going to display a question, h1, and we're going to do shuffled questions, current index dot text. Whatever is the current index, shuffled questions in an array. If the current index is 0, that means it's the first question of the shuffled, whatever is shuffled, random questions. We're selecting the first index and the text of that first index. Let's see if we see something. Click, click, start. As you can see now, we see a question to that question. Okay, a question to that particular active index. Let's style this. I'm going to give it a margin top of 4. Class name margin top of 4 and px text 5xl font bold text center. Okay, so we are going to see some issues. Let's see. Return no. Okay, never mind. Now let's just style, and then we're going to preview after we finish styling. And up top here, I'm going to show a p tag. And I'm just going to put a text that says question. I'll add a span. In here, I'll show the current index plus 1, because arrays are 0 index based. It's, the initial render, it started as 0, span, like that. Oops. And then I'll add a space. And then I'll add a span tag here. And this one is going to be called shuffled questions.length, shuffled questions.length, like so. And I'm going to give it a class name, text3xl, 3xl, like so. And we need to style this p tag, and I'm going to do flex end. So this div, space y, I'm actually going to cut this and put them in a parent container and do a class name, and we're going to display flex column, and I'm going to set gap to 6, like so. And then I'm going to style this p tag and give it a shadow. So the p tag, I'm going to give px6, p3 for y, border 2, text xl, font bold, self end. I want it to be at the end to the right side, rounded LG, and this is the shadow we've been using. So let's see. Let's select some questions. Start. As you can see now, you can see the question number and the question on the screen. And now we want to display the answers on the screen down here. So for the answers, we are going to, let's see where we need to display those. I will collapse this div here. We don't need to do anything else in here. So it's better to collapse it so it's more readable. Let's add another div. And I'm going to add a padding top of 14 and space y to 4. And we're going to map shuffled options. Shuffled options. So that's the answers. We're going to map for each individual option. I'm going to return a button like so. And we need a key. And because it's we're mapping, we're going to set that to index. Okay, we are going to see an error. We're going to sort that out later anyway. Key. All right, so we have option. Let's try to add the text here, option.text. And we just need to style this button. There's going to be a lot of styles for this. Let's do class name. And we're going to use some template literals. And I'm going to give it a position relative. And I'm going to set text center, relative position group, py3 with 100%, text center, and a border of 2. And let's see what that looks like now. All right, seems like we're not showing the answers. Shuffled options.map, option.text. That's weird. Let me inspect here. Console. Sources. Oops, not elements. Okay, select. Okay, so it seems like our options are not showing. Shuffled options. Shuffle array. I'm just checking to see what's going on. Shuffled options, shuffle array, shuffled questions, current index dot options. Okay. And let's see if there's an issue here. CLG, shuffled questions, and CLG, shuffled options. Let's try that. Let's go to computer science, select. Let's see the console. Shuffled questions. Okay, so there's something going on with the options. So there's something we're missing. If shuffled questions, oh, this should be questions, not options. If shuffled questions, not options. Okay. Let's fix that. computer science, start. All right, so as you can see, shuffled options, they are showing now. So now you can see the answers here, the options that are displaying on the screen. Let's continue styling this. So we have the border 2, and we need to round that border. I'm going to set the text to LG. So text LG, font semi-bold, rounded LG. And I'm also going to set the shadow. We're going to do that later. But when I hover, I want to set the background. So when I hover, the BG is going to be black, and this subtle, which is 3% opacity, transition or is in and out. Okay. And let's try, and we're going to inject some JavaScript. We're going to check option.text, option.text is equal to active question dot text. Okay, and then we're going to check which one is active. So if we click on the options, it's going to activate whatever we click on. It's going to be saved in our state as well. We're going to sort that out in a minute. Dot text, and then we're going to put some styles. I'm going to set the BG to green. Okay, so if option.text matches the active question, okay, so if I select something, I'm going to add an active class. So will BG green 100, border green 500, and the shadow, this shadow we've been using, and the color is going to be green, this green color. Hover BG green 100 and border green 500. And then if it's not, by default, I'm just going to set this shadow here. Okay, so we have not done this active question yet, the state. Okay, we are going to sort that out in a minute. What we can do is create a button for handling the active question. But now let's see what we have first. Computer science, select. As you can see now, we have the hover. When I select, I want to highlight this, but we don't have the state. We don't have the on click yet to highlight this. Let's do that. We're going to create a function. Const handle. Let's name it active question, and it's going to take in an option or a question, and we're going to check if not shuffled questions, we're just going to return. We're not going to execute anything down here. Response, it's going to be an object. Let's do question ID, and then we're going to do shuffled questions current index.id. So the current question that I click on, the index.id of whatever question I click on, and then option ID, it's going to be option. Actually, let's I'm just going to name this option option. Let me see what option we have. So option question option with ID. I'll just skip the type checking for now. Option ID. Let's do option.id, and then we're going to do is correct. Option.is correct. That's going to be the response. Okay, so if I go down here, so we have ID is option ID is correct. Now let's update the user information. Set. So when I click a specific answer, I want to update that into the state. All right, so that's why we're going to set responses. Set responses, and I want to get the previous data, and I'm going to use prev, like so. Okay, and I'm just going to check if the response already exists. Const existing index equal to prev.findIndex, and it's going to take in a callback function here. We can name it something like response, and we're going to return. So if response or question.id matches, if it matches the response, this one here, the response dot question ID, if they match, it exists. Okay, so that means I've clicked on the question that is already active. Okay, so that means it exists. So prev, and let's see, set responses, prev, and then we're going to update here. So update the response if it exists. So existing index, if it's not equal to -1, which means it doesn't exist. Okay, so if it's not equal to -1, that means it exists. So if it's -1, that means it doesn't exist. So find index returns -1 if something does not exist. All right. So, and we can const updated responses, and then we're going to destructure the prev. We're going to copy the previous data, updated responses, and then existing index, updated responses. We're going to select with the existing index, and then we're going to set that to response, and then we're going to return updated responses. Else, we're just going to return the previous data and response. Okay, so it seems like we have a warning, high question ID. So set responses. Okay, this should be a type of response. Let's use a generic response from the types, and it's going to be type of an array. Okay, so that issue should disappear now. So if you don't have response, it's here in the types. So we have question ID, option ID, and it's correct. And make sure it's exported. All right. And so set responses, we are returning. And what else do we need in here? So we actually need to set the active question to option. Okay, so set active, we can comment this out. Set active question to option, like so. That's great. And now we just need to handle the change. So active question, when I click this button here, on click, we're going to handle active question option as option, like that. Save that. Let's check out our questions. Select. Let's select a question. As you can see now, it's selecting a question. All right, so that's the effect we're looking for. Let's see why this is the issue here. Text does not exist on type never. Active question. All right, I'll just do any here so we don't see that warning. Okay. Computer science, start. Okay, everything works. Nice. So the next thing we are going to, let's see, display. So we have the button. Let's, in here, we're going to display a text, some text. Let's do a p tag. No questions found for this quiz. Class name, text. We're going to set that to LG. That's big. LG. And we're going to have a div underneath. And we're going to style this div. We're going to give it width of 100%. And I'm going to give it a padding, top and bottom to 4 rem, fixed, position fixed. And it's going to be at the bottom. And border top, it's going to be 2, flex, item center, and justify to center. Okay, so we're going to add a button here. Button. It's imported from shardcn. Okay, so we're going to display either finish or next. We're going to check current index. Current index is less than shuffled questions dot length is dot length -1. We're going to display next, otherwise finish when we no longer have any more questions. Instead, I'll just display a span tag, and I'm going to do an icon next, and let's do the same thing here. I'm going to use a flag icon for the finish. Flag coming from the icons. Finish. Like so. And we're just going to display flex item center and give it a border. Not border, but a gap of 2. Like that. That's amazing. Let's style this button. Class name. I'm going to give it px of 10. py, font bold, text white, text XL for the size, and rounded XL. Let's see what we have so far. Computer science. Select. Questions. And then we have the button next. It looks good. We just need to style this button. We need a variant called blue. Actually, we have a blue variant already. We need a green variant. So green. And for the green variant, we're going to use BG. Green. So this is the green we're going to use. Oops. So BG green. So this is the green. The text is going to be uppercase, text white, shadow. When we hover, it's going to be this color here. When we hover, and I'm going to give it a shadow. So for the shadow, so when I hover, this color, shadow, by default, it's going to be this color here, this green color. And then when I hover, it's going to swap around those green colors. Okay, so when I hover, it's going to be this. And the variant is called green. All right. Sweet. And let's apply that variant. And variant, we're going to set that to green. Let's save that. And let's click, start. So we have finish. All right. By the way, finish, I want the variant for finish to be blue instead instead of green. Or if you want to, you can set it at, let's see, variant. You know what? Let's just leave it at green. So save that. So we need to go to the next question. So that's the next step. We need to create a function for us to be able to go to the next question. All right. I will collapse this. Handle next. Handle next question. Like so. We're just gonna check if current index is less than shuffled questions dot length minus 1. Arrays are zero index based, so that's why to get the last element we need to subtract by 1. We're gonna set current index. Okay, we're updating the index. We're getting the previous value plus 1. So if the previous is 2, we're going to add 1 from 2, and then we're going to go to the next page. Okay, and then here we just need to reset active question. The active question. So set active, we're going to set that to no. Okay, it's going to be the new question. And otherwise, so if else, oh, did I just do this in the wrong? It should be in the function. Oh, insert function. Else, we're going to push to the results page. Route dot push quiz and results. All right, so if we finish, we're going to push to the results. Okay, looks good for handling next. And I'm just going to copy this function, and we're going to check on the button if we're handling next or not. On click, we are going to take in a callback function because we're going to run some functions in here. We're going to check if current index is less than shuffled questions to length minus 1, like so. And if it's like that, we're going to check as well if active question dot id. Okay, so if there's an active question, we're going to handle next question. Else, I'm going to put a sound. If we have not selected a question, okay, we're going to play a sound. We're going to create a new audio instance. So this is a global. We don't need to import anything. And we're going to play from sounds. So that's the name. And then the sound is error.mp3. And then we're just going to do sound.play. And then we're going to show a toast.error. Please select an option to continue. Let's make sure we import toast from React hot toast. Like so. All right. And then we're going to do an else up top here. We're going to check if active question.id. And then we are going to handle finish, finish quiz. We don't have this function yet. Else, we're going to play a sound as well. All right, so let's create this function. Let's leave it empty for now. Let's save. Computer science. Let's select some questions. Start. Let's go next. So as you can see now, there's a sound. We have not selected a question and answer. So the sound plays. Click. Next, it's working fine. If I don't select anything, it's playing a sound. Okay. And if I go to the final question, this finish is not going to allow us to finish because we are also checking here if we have selected the last question. Otherwise, we're going to end finish, or we're going to show an error. So as you can see now, there's an error. If we finish now, we can finish, and we are going to be routed to the results page, but that seems to be not happening. Let's see why. It's not happening because we have actually not created the finish function here. Wait a minute. So handle next question. Okay, so let's create. So this handle next question. Routed push index. All right, handle. Let's do the finish actually. So let's do handle finish. So we have quiz set up. So for us to be able to finish, we need to go into the API and we need to create a finish endpoint here. Route.tsx. I'm actually going to take a break. It's 2 a.m. Now let's create the route to finish the quiz. So here we're going to create a post request. It's going to be async. We're going to export this async function post, and we need to import next request from next server. All right, and we're going to do try catch, and we also need to import next response, like so. This should be finishing quiz, like that. All right, and we need to get the ID, user ID from auth. So this is coming from Clerk. So we have the user ID. I'm just going to rename this to Clerk ID, like so. And I'm just going to check if we don't have this ID. It's going to be unauthorized. What is this issue here? User ID does not exist. Auth. That's weird. Oh, this should be await actually. So we need to await this. Await auth. Okay. Better. And now we need to get the properties. So we need to get the category ID coming from the body. Category ID, because we're going to send the category ID from the client. And also we're going to send in the quiz ID. And we're also going to send in the score. And we're also going to send in the responses of the user. Responses. And we're going to await from request.json. All right. And we can now validate these fields. Validate the fields. And we're going to check. So we're going to check if not category ID, if not quizzes. This should be outside here. Should be in here. So we're checking if not category ID, if not quiz ID. So for the responses, this should be an array. Okay, so we can check this. I'm just going to cut this. We can say if not array, dot is array responses. We're going to check if this responses is an array. And we are going to say invalid request. All right. And I'm going to find the user with the corresponding ID. Const and user going to be await prisma.user.find unique. We're going to find where a user where the Clerk ID matches. All right. Once we have the user, let's check if we don't have this user. And then we're just going to say user not found. And then we're just going to fetch or create a category start. Or create a category start entry. Let, because we can reassign this, that's why we're using let. It's not a constant. And we're going to await Prisma.category start and then it's going to be find unique. We're going to where user ID and category ID. And then we're going to use ID. We're going to use the user.id coming from the user model. And then we're going to pass in the category ID like so. All right. And we're going to check if we don't have this. And then we're going to create. So if start does not exist, create a new one. We're going to check. We're going to do if start. And here we're going to calculate the average score. Average score. So to calculate the average score, we're going to create a variable called total score. We're going to do start dot average score. Okay, so we have the field here, average score, and then we're going to do or 0, and then we're going to multiply by start by how many items that have been completed, and then completed, and then we're going to add the score. We're going to get the average, new average score, and then here we're going to use total score. We're going to divide by start.completed plus 1, and then we're going to update the category start entry. Start, we can reassign because we have used let, and then we're going to update where the ID is start.id, and then the data. So completed, we're going to use start.completed plus 1. We're going to update, and then average score is going to be the new average score. And then we also need the last attempt, which is going to be the current date, new date. Okay, that's good. And we need to if, and then else. We're going to create a new category start entry. Start equal to await Prisma create data, and we're going to use user ID. The user ID is going to be the user ID coming from the user model, and then the category ID. Attempts it's going to be 1 because it's going to be a new first one, and then we have completed, it's going to be 1. Average score, we're going to set it to score, and last attempt, new date. Okay, so this looks about good, and we just need to return this next response, and then we're just going to return the start. All right, so now let's save this. Let's go back to quiz ID. Where did we create the handle finish function? There's so many things that are open. I'm just going to close everything here so we don't get confused. All right, handle finish quiz. All right, handle finish quiz. Open that function. So in here, we are going to set quiz responses. We're going to set that to responses. Okay, so if you remember, we have the responses state here. So set quiz responses to responses, and score. So we need to send in the score equal to responses. We're going to filter these responses. So filter, maybe we can just name it res for response. Okay, and here we're going to do response dot is correct. Okay, dot length. We're going to only return this. Okay. And now we have the score. We can try catch here. Try catch. So this should be an async function. So here now we need to send the data. So we need to send the score, responses, quiz ID, and the category ID. We're going to await here. We're going to post. It's going to be a post request. Await Axios. We need to import Axios.post. And here we're going to send in the data. So category ID is going to be selected quiz.category ID. That's going to be category ID, and quiz ID. Quiz ID is going to be also selected quiz.id. And we need to send in the score. And we need to send in the responses array. Okay, so we're sending this data. So our endpoint, it should be API user, and then it should be quiz, and then finish. That's our endpoint. Finish. Okay. And for the error, we can console log the error, CLG, and we can error finishing quiz, and then we're going to display the error here. Okay. And I'm actually going to reset. So when I finish, so let's start some quiz. I'll show you what I mean. So when I start the quiz, start. Okay, so there's 5 questions that I've picked. When I go back to the home page and start new quizzes again, as you can see, the state is not reset. It's starting. So we need to start from the beginning. So whenever we finish the quiz, we want to reset the state. Everything should be by default wherever it was. So we have set quiz setup. Let's see if we're getting it. So here's set quiz setup. And in here, so after we finish, we want to reset that. So after, we're just going to set quiz setup, reset, it's an object, and we're going to do question count. We're going to reset to 1. And we're going to also set category. Let's set it to no. And we're going to do difficulty, no. All right. And finally, we need to push to the results page once we finish. Dot push is just called results. Let's name it. Actually, let's do quiz results. Or we can just do results to make it shorter. Okay. So it seems like we're at a good start. Finish, score. If you want, we can console log the data here. If you want to, we can put this into a response. Await, and then here we can console log response to data. We can also implement loading if you want to. Let's see. So let's start new quiz. Open up the terminal console. Let's put 3 questions. Start, hypertext markup language, central processing unit, next, and controlling hardware and software. Finish. All right. So now we've been pushed to the page, but it's not found. But we can try to keep the logs. Let's see, what's the settings? There should be some settings here to preserve the logs. I don't remember where it is. It's normally somewhere here. There's a setting somewhere to preserve. I don't remember how to access it, but anyway, that's fine. Let's create the page for results. Results, app, results. And we're going to create a new file, page.tsx. And it's going to be a functional component export. Okay. And let's see. Page. I'm going to close here. Results. let's see, make sure this is a client component because we're going to get some state. Remember, our data is being say stored in the state, so we want to get that data from the state, and then we're going to use that data. So we also need to get router here. Use router from next navigation, and we're going to get quiz responses, and we're also going to get the selected quiz. So make sure you import global context and get these values here: selected quiz, quiz responses. I'm going to check if not quiz responses or quiz responses. Quiz responses the length. The length is equals to 0. This should be O. If it's equal to 0, we're going to push to the main page. Return router dot push to the home page. Redirect to the home page. If there's no quizzes found, we're going to redirect to the home page. All right, perfect. And now we need to calculate the score. Correct answers. We're going to do quiz responses, and we're going to filter the responses that we have. So we're going to check is correct Boolean. So it's correct. It's going to, so quiz responses, it's going to be an array, and we're going to filter by returning items which has a Boolean of true. Okay, and we can do it like this: response, and we're going to return response dot is correct. Okay, so response dot is correct dot length, and then here we can just do is correct. It's correct, and it's going to be type of Boolean, like so. Okay, so correct answers. So this is going to be an array, and we're calculating how many in those array, how many elements in those array that has the property of is correct to true. All right, so that's why we're using the dot length here. If there's 5 items, we're going to get 5 items the length. So here it's going to give us the length. Okay, and we also need to get total questions. Total questions, we're going to use quiz responses dot length, and score percentage, we're going to divide to get a percentage. We're going to divide correct answers divided by total questions by 100. This is the formula to get the percentage. Okay, and we can create a message. Show message, maybe, for user, for the score. Let message. So this message is going to be dynamic. We can reassign it to a different value. It's not like it's a const. So we can check if score percentage. If it's less than 25, we're going to show a different message. So something like maybe you need to try harder, and then we're going to do else if the score is less than 50. If it's less than, actually, if it's greater than or equal, let's do greater than or equal to 25. And then here we can say message. You can say you are getting there, something like that. You are getting there. Okay, and we can do if it's greater than or equal to 50 and less than 75. So if it's greater than or equal to 25, we can do and less than 50. So this is the message we're going to show, and then we're going to check also if it's greater than or equal to 25. No, I mean if it's greater than or equal to 50 and less than 75. Let's duplicate this. Else if oops, copy this. Else if the score is greater than or equal to 50 and less than 75, we're going to show another message like this. Good effort. Actually, this one, I'll change this message here. This is the message we're going to show. And then we're also going to check for other options. Let's check for if the score is greater than or equal to 75, but less than 100. This is the message we want to show. And if the score is 100, this is the message we're going to show. All right. And now we're just going to style this component here. Let's give it a class name and use displayFlex and give it a padding. And I'm going to add an H1 that's going to say quiz results. Quiz results. And I'm going to add a P tag underneath P tag. And I'm going to add a span. We're going to show the total questions. Total questions. Okay, so we're going to display total questions, and I'm going to add another span, which is going to display the score percentage, like so. So to fixed, it's going to get rid of the decimal places. All right, so we are showing score percentage, and let's add a percentage at the end here. That's great. We can add a text maybe saying you scored, and then let's do a span. And we're going to put correct answers. Correct answers out of, let's add a space here, out of total questions. Okay, save that. And then I'm going to add another P tag here at the bottom. And here we can just showcase the message. You can style this message however you see fit. That's entirely up to you. Like so. And then I'm going to add a div. And I'm going to give it a class name, flex, justify center, MT8, that's margin top. And I'm going to render a button. So the button is coming from our components folder. And we can use the play icon. And we're going to use play again. And the variant is going to be green. Green variant. And we're going to reuse some of the classes we've been using for the button. So padding, font bold, text white, and rounded XL. That's great. When I click, I want to go back to the quiz that I was doing. So for example, if I click computer science, if I select some questions, I want to be routed back to this quiz setup. So this URL here. If I finish this particular quiz, I want to be routed back to this quiz. So when I click this button, play again, I want to come back to this one and set up again and play again with different questions because they're going to be shuffled. So let's do on click. On click, we're going to router.push instead of to the home page. We're going to push quiz setup, and we're going to use we can use a plus here if you want to. We can do like this. Actually, plus we can do select a quiz.id like so. All right. Now let's try to do some quizzes. Let's select one question. Start, select an answer, finish. So as you can see, we got 0 out of, wait, we're showing the percentage on the wrong. 0 out of 1, and we need to display this better. So 0 out of 1, and the percentage is 0%. Let's try to style this page. Okay, we have p tag. Let's style this p tag here. Class name, text to Excel. Let's do text center MT4. Okay, so we have use code. Use code. Let's code. Let's style this class name. Let's do font bold for this one. Font bold. Let's save that. All right. Now we are going to go to computer science, select a question, start, select, finish. Okay, so you scored 0 out of, we can make this bigger if you want to, out of maybe text, free Excel, like that. And we can also maybe add like a space at the end here. Let's see how that looks like. Start, finish. Okay, out of this percentage, I'm thinking maybe we should put it on the next line. I think that makes more sense. I'll cut this. I'll try to make this a p tag. Let's see how that looks. I'm just experimenting with this. Okay. Text. We can do maybe for Excel, text center, text center. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it like this. So if we can style this however you see fit, I'll just leave it as it is. So now let's try to play again. Okay, so as you can see now, it's bringing us back to the setup. We can play with more questions. And I'm just going to select random answers here. Random answers. Oops. Oh, I need to put my speakers on silent. Okay. And now we've finished. So as you can see, we've scored 57% and he scored 4 out of 7. All right, so that's good. So it's working. We can finish our quiz. That's pretty much the setup for the quizzes. But now we need to work on this stats page. Okay, so we need to fetch the stats for the user, and then we need to display the data. Now we're going to work on the stats page. Let's go to the app directory. We already created the route already. So now we need to fetch the data for the stats page. So this is going to be a server component. We're just going to fetch the data using the user ID. We're going to get the user ID from Clerk auth, like that. And by the way, this should be an async function. And we need to await this user ID. Await. Okay, so we're just going to check if we don't have this user ID, and we're just going to return an error. Return maybe error. You need to log in to view this page, something like that. And then we're just going to get user data, and we're going to populate the category stats data stats using the category ID, so we don't have to fetch separately. Okay, and we're going to get user, we're going to await Prisma, and we need to import Prisma from, oops, the wrong one. Prisma should be coming from connect. Not Primsa, but Prisma. Oh, where is it? It doesn't seem to be showing here. Okay, so let's just import Prisma. Now it's showing. Okay, perfect. And we're going to get the user where the Clerk ID, not the ID, but the Clerk ID matches the logged in user. And then we want to return that user. And we're going to include. So if you remember, if I go back to Prisma folder, so in the user, we have the category stats. Okay, so we want to populate the fields of the category stats. Include category stats in here. And then we're going to include category, and we're going to set that to true. I'm just going to say populate the category, the data. All right, so this is pretty much done. We can actually see what this user object contains, user data, and let's see on our terminal, not terminal, but the console. Let's refresh this page. As you can see, this user object, it has some category stats. So there's some information of the categories that we have attempted. So this is the other category. So we have computer science, and also let's see what the other category is. Category stats. The other one is science, okay? And it has some statistics, average score, attempts, and stuff. All right. Now we need to display the information right here, but we need to create a component that's going to allow us to display that information, because we're going to use some client stuff, some hooks. We're not going to be able to use hooks here because it's a server component. And inside the components, I'm just going to create a new component. We're going to name user stats. User stats. And go back to stats. And we're going to render user stats in here. Okay, and we're going to send in the user stats. And we're going to pass in the user object, which has the details of the user. Okay. In here, it's going to be a client component. So make sure we're going to use client up top. So user stats. We can create a, let me see what user stats is returning. User. So we need these fields here. We need ID, row, interface, props. We going to need Clerk ID, string, category stats. So this is going to be an array of category stat. Can't remember if we have a type for this. Do you know what? I'm just going to, you can create this on your own time. I'm just going to skip type checking. You can create a type for this if you want to. Okay, or you can just do it here as well if you want to. Here you can, but I'm not going to do that. Anyway, let's skip the type checking here. So now I'm just thinking what to start with. Let's start with the user profile. We're going to display the image of the user. Let's get some few properties. Const, we're going to get the user object, and is loaded from use user, like that. Okay, so we have is loaded. We're going to check if it's not loaded. We're going to display loading. Okay, if it's loaded, it's true. We're going to execute whatever is underneath. Instead, I'm just going to create a new component called loader. So we can get some loadings. Can't remember the name of the website, loaders. There's a website that I use to get loaders. It's called CSS loaders. So here we're going to find a loader. For example, I will get this loading here. You can copy the CSS. And we're going to go to the global and paste that CSS. Global CSS. And then that's where we need to paste that loading. I'm just going to go all the way down here. I'll paste in the loader and content. I'm just going to leave it loading and change the font size to 5 rem if you want to. I'll get rid of this. Okay. And let's go into the loader component. I'm going to give it a position of fixed, and I'm going to do left 0, top 0, width and height 100%, and height 100%, z index 20, flex, item center, justify center, pointer events none, because I don't want it to be clickable. And then I'm just going to add a div with the class of loader. Okay, so now we should have a loader. Let's go back to the app. Why is it loading? Now go back to where we were. User stats. I'm going to close others. And here we can return the loader. Okay, so we should be able to see a loading screen whenever it's loading. Oops, I think I'm using a wrong loader. So I'm going to, open up the component. Oh, I'm using the wrong, the wrong loader. So let's see. Export default loader. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, there it is. So now make sure you import the correct one. So refresh, as you can see, loading, and then it's going to display the data on the screen. That's good. We're going to sort out this one later anyway. So now we are going to display the data. Scroll down. We're going to style this. We're going to give it display flex column, and we're going to give it a gap, something like 4. Okay, and let's do a div for the image section. Div. So here we're going to showcase where the image is going to be. I'm going to give it a height of 15 rem and a border and a shadow on the X, actually on the Y, not X. We've been using this same shadow here over and over again. So shadow 0.3 on the Y axis, and then rounded XL, border of 2, flex, and we're going to center the image in this div. Okay, and then I'm going to render an image inside. Image, so we need to import that from next image, and then I'm going to save. So in here, I'm going to change these properties. For the source of the image, it's going to be user coming from Clerk, user, and it's called image URL, or we're going to render, what am I doing? Image.url, image URL, or I'm going to, why am I? My keyboard is broken. Or I'm going to render an image from the public folder. It's called user. The public folder is served by default, so we don't need to include public here at the beginning. And it's going to be a PNG. Save that. Okay, seems like there's an issue. So Clerk. Okay, so next config. Let's look for the next config. domains. Is it images or domains? Images, and then domains. And then I'll paste in that link. Oops, not the CSS, but the link that was showing on the screen. So the host name is this one. Copy that. And then we're going to paste it in here in the domains. Save that. And we're going to close the next config. And let's try to refresh this page. Loading. All right. And our image is showing. There it is. But we need to make it bigger. Let's do 200. Okay. And profile image. Let's start with this. So class name, rounded full. I'm going to give it a border 2. Border 2. Border 2. And I'm going to use the shadow on the image as well. Okay, so save that, and the image is going to have a shadow here like this. So looks good. Now we also need to go to another section, which is the overview section. I'm going to div. I'm going to collapse this. I'm going to style. So this one is going to be a grid. Actually, no, this is not going to be a grid. We're just going to show the title of this section. I'll give it empty 4. That's margin top of 4. And I'll put an h1 and a p tag in this div. So h1 overview and a p tag with text muted foreground. As you can see, there it is, overview. And we're going to create another div underneath. Okay, so for this one, it's going to have a display grid. Class name, grid, and cause. We're going to have 3 columns. Grid columns, 3. Gap, we're going to set that to 6. And font, semi-bold. Okay, and for the first item, the first grid item, it's going to be a div. And I'm going to give it a shadow as well, and some padding. So we're going to give it py4, px4, flex column, gap, border 2, and the same shadow we've been using. And we should be able to see this. We're going to reuse this 2 more times because we have 3 items. And we're going to display an h2 and a p tag in here inside. So the h2 is going to be the user.firstname, the name of the user. So there's the name. And we're going to have a text that says recent attempt. And we're going to have another p tag. And in this one, we're going to display the date, the recent date of attempt. Okay, let's give it a class name. So if we try a quiz, we want to display the recent date that we have attempted the quiz. So to do that, we are going to create a variable that's going to allow us to get the date of the recent attempted quiz. So down here, let's see. We have is loaded. User stats. Okay, so in the user stats, we have some properties like last attempt. Okay, so let's calculate the recent attempt date. Get the most recent attempt date. So we can use the reduce to accumulate all of the values into a single value. Recent attempt date. So we're going to use user stats dot category stats, and then we're going to use the reduce array method. It takes in an accumulator and the current value. Current. So accumulator is going to save all of the values. So for example, if we're mapping through an array, the accumulator collects the items, and then the current element is going to be the current element of the array. We're going to go one by one, and it's going to add into the accumulator until we have one single value. Okay. So we have accumulator. Let's I'll skip type checking here. Current. I'll also get rid of type checking. Okay. So we can do const. We can do current date. We're going to get new date. We're going to do current dot attempted at. Actually, it's last attempt. Last attempt. Okay, that's the property. And then we're going to return current date. Current date. If it's greater than accumulator. If it's greater than accumulator, we're going to show the current date. Otherwise, we're going to split the accumulator. Okay. So if the current date is greater than this, we're going to show the current date. Otherwise, we're going to show the accumulated date. Okay. And the initial value. So for us to be able to use an accumulator, we need the initial value. I'm just going to do new date and then 0. Okay, so recent. Let's try to display this. Maybe down here, but let's convert it to local string. So there's the date. That's today's date. Let's make it something like 5 January, something like Jan 2020 something, 2024, and then show the time. Okay, so we're going to use moment to format our time. Let's install the package. Npm I moment. All right, so let's go to utils. Format, let's say time. TS. Import moment. Moment from moment. Export const format time. And it's going to take in the time. Actually, a date object. Date. And then we're going to return moment. And then we're going to pass in the date. And we're going to format. Let's change the formatting here. And then we're going to do month. And then we're going to do year. And then we're going to display hours and minutes. Like so. Save that. And now let's rerun this project. npm run dev. Go back to the user stats. I'll cut this. Format time. And I'll pass in the recent attempt date. All right, so we need to refresh this. Okay, so now we can see the recent date, 1813. Now let's check the time. So this is the time now, 1844. Let's try to attempt something. Computer science. This one, start, select, finish. And let's go to my stats. And as you can see now, 1844, that's the last attempt. That's the time we've last attempted the quizzes. We can refresh. It's going to show our data because it's coming from the database. All right. That's great. Now we need to do another item in this div here. This one, I'll do another div. And it's going to have similar styles. So you can copy the styles from this div here. And we're going to paste those styles. So copy and paste. And it's just going to be this same box here. But we're just going to put different information inside. And we're going to have a div with an icon of crosshairs. Okay, so the color instead of it's text blue, but I think you can change this to gray, 400 or 300 if you want. I don't know, whatever you decide to use. Let's leave it at 300. And then we're going to have a div, another div. And it's going to have total questions, class name, and total attempts. We don't have this variable yet, but we need to create that to showcase the total attempts. So we need to use an accumulate again. By the way, we can create a helper function for this, but I'll just make it easier for you to make it more easier for you to understand. Const total attempts equal to, we're going to use the stats dot reduce category stats reduce. We're going to take in an accumulator, and let's give it a type of number, and current it's going to be a number as well. Okay, so here we can return accumulator plus current dot attempts. Okay, so accumulator plus current dot attempts, like so, and save that. So what is this saying now? Attempts does not exist on type number. Attempts is a number, isn't it? Can let's do this, and let's save that. So accumulator plus current attempts, and that's going to be the total attempts, and the initial value, the initial starting point is 0 because arrays are 0 index based. And let's save that. So total attempts now we have 9. Okay, that's great. So total attempts, we can style this p tag if you want to. You can make it stand out a bit. Class name, font, semi bold. All right, I think it's already semi bold, isn't it? Let's see if it's bold. Bold is better. Okay, I think bold is all right. Let's leave it a bold. Let's leave it a bold, and we're going to display a final div. We're going to reuse this same classes. So copy this class name here, copy that, and we're going to paste it down here, and we're going to have a final one here, and we're going to use an icon called check ABC. Check ABC, import the icon from utils icons. Okay, here we're exporting icons, so you should be able to see this icon here. And we're going to have another div. It's going to have total completed, and we need to do the same thing for total completed. We need to reduce to a single value. Oops, it's in the wrong const. We're going to reduce this into a single value. So we are reducing this category stats array, and we are accumulating the values in here, and we're adding, and we're starting from 0. That's the initial value, and we're going to get a single value. So now let's refresh. As you can see, total completed 3. Let's change this color of the icon for on the original project that I'm using as a reference, I've used the green color. Let's try to use the blue color. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, it's not bad. I think maybe we can experiment a little. Let's do blue for this one as well. We can experiment. Okay, I'll leave it like this. You can experiment with the colors. That's entirely up to you. And now we're going to go on the next stage. We need to display some graphs. We're going to use a bar chart from ChartCN. So let's go to ChartCN. Components. Actually, we're going to go to homepage, dashboard, and charts. Actually, charts. I believe I'm using this bar chart here. Let's do view code. Yep, so that's the bar chart I'm using. We need to add a table as well. We're going to use a table. So for this one, I'm going to create a component for it, for this bar chart, actually. So let's create a component. So underneath, so we have this one. I'm going to collapse these components. Collapse. Okay, so empty. I'll collapse this div. Let's do a div here. And this is going to contain a bar chart, class name, and here we are going to create a component, category bar chart, category bar chart, something like that, tsx. All right. So for every category, I am going to display a bar chart. I'm going to go user stats dot category stats, and then I'm just going to display a bar chart for every category. Bar chart. Now what's the name again? Category bar chart. Category bar chart, and let's give it a key. All right. So we should be able to see. Now we only have two categories, but if we have many categories, it's going to be bloated. We're going to fix that later. But for now, let's just focus on displaying the data. So we have category, and so here, let's create an interface. Props, category. Let's name it data to be more descriptive. Category stats. Category start. Oh, we don't have a type for that. Do you know what? We might as well create it. Category. Category start. Might as well create it. Interface. Let's do stats. We have attempts, number. We have average score. It's going to be number or no. And we're going to have a category ID. Category ID is going to be type of string. And we're going to have completed type of number. ID type of string. We're going to have last attempt. temp. It's going to be type of date, and user ID. It's going to be type of string, and category. Category is going to be type of interface I category. And let's export this. And let's go back to, and let's import category stats. Get rid of this. And here it's going to be category data. What did I name it? Category data. Yep. And let's destructure category data, and the error should disappear now. Amazing. Let's go back to the bar chart, and we need to copy this bar chart code here. Copy that, and we're going to paste in. Actually, so we don't get confused, I will copy the imports first all the way to chat config down here. Copy that, and I'm going to paste somewhere here. Paste that. I'll cut this interface. Cut, and I'll put it all the way at the top. Okay, so seems like we need to import a few, not import, install a few components, and Control C to cancel. We're going to do cn npx cn add. We're going to add a card chart, and what else do we need to add? We need, so we've card chart, yeah, that's what we need. So enter, enter. Okay, so let's see if the warnings disappear. Okay, so now we don't have errors anymore, and I'm going to copy this card here. Copy everything, and I'm going to replace this div with the card that I've copied. Paste that, and let's rerun npm run dev. And let's go back to create app, and we're going to refresh our home page. Okay, so as you can see now, we have two bar charts. Now we just need to restyle this to make them suit our needs. And what I will do first, I will take in the chart data and config. So these two, I'll cut those and put them in here. Let's start with the chart config. I'm just going to reduce this into something like this. All right, and so we have Chrome. I'm going to change this to attempts. We're going to show the amount of attempts in the bar chart. Attempts, and we have completed. I'll change this to value. Okay, we are going to change the variables in a minute, but I'm just going to leave this as they are at the moment. Okay, I'm going to save that, and we also need to change the chart config. I'll get rid of everything here, and we're going to have two items for attempts color. Let's do chart 1, and this one is going to be completed, and charts 2 for the color. Okay, save that. Now let's see what we have. So we don't have anything yet because we need to actually use the data. So here we're going to display, instead of value, this random number here, we're going to use category data dot attempts. Okay, and category data, and this one is going to be completed like so. Looks good. And we just need to change the values here. Let's start by styling this first. Class name, and I'm going to set the border to 2 and use our own custom shadow, the one we've been using before. Save that, and the shadow should be like this now, and a border of 2. Sounds nice. And here we're going to display the name of the category that we're going to display, because we're mapping through a list. Category data dot category, and we're going to display the name. So there's our name of the categories. And here we're just going to show the text that says attempts versus completions. Attempts versus completions. There's our text, and we need to show the bar here. So here we're displaying chat config, key, value, so data. Instead of browser here, we're going to use key. Okay, key, false, 10 is fine, tick margin 10 is fine. And for this one, we can leave it here, the tooltip. And for the data, instead of visitors, we're going to use value for this one. Value, and let's see what we have. So there it is. So this one is still undefined because we still haven't finished. Value, and stroke width, let's leave it at 2, radius 8. It's fine. Active index, active index, I can remove that. Okay, so it's fine. Payload, we don't need to change anything down here. Okay, and value 3, value, that's weird. Why is this showing undefined? Add footer. Actually, let's go back. So instead of browser, this should be key, and save that. So key, and then we have, instead of visitors here, it's attempts, and this one's going to be completed, and save that. And we should be able to see the data properly, but for some reason our colors are not showing very well. Attempts completed. Okay, so a few color safari. Okay, you know what? Let's create some custom variables. So we have HSL chat2. Let's check this out. Let's go to the global. Okay, so chat2 already exists here. So why is the color not showing? That's weird. Okay, let's create some variables. So in the root, scroll down. We're going to create green. Let's do green 400. And then we're going to also create blue 400. Blue 400. Okay, so for the colors, we can use some of these colors here. I'm going to get the color. I'll use this for the blue 400. You can use any colors that comes in your mind. That's entirely up to you. I'll just paste in the colors here. So we have blue 400, green 400. I'll save that. And we're going to change this to maybe var green 400. And the other one, this one's going to be blue 400. Okay, let's save that. Okay, perfect. So now we are showing the colors. So we have blue and green. Looks good. We have 3 completed, 28. We have 1 for this one, and completed is 0 for this one. So now we are showing the data. Let's try to see what we can do with the footer here. We can change the text. So for this one, I'll get rid of the last div. Font medium. Let's set it to semi-bold. And let's do text muted foreground. We're going to use the format date utility. It's actually, is it date or format time utility? And then we're going to do category data dot last attempt. And then we're going to showcase here the last attempt. Okay. So this looks good. Let's get rid of these lines here. I don't think they're necessary. The code, this grid here, get rid of that grid. And now we don't have a grid. And this looks good. And the final thing that we need to do maybe is to showcase a table underneath of all of the categories that we have completed. Actually, before we do that, if we were to do multiple categories, let me show you what I mean. So if I select something else like science, and then I'll select biology, and I'm just going to do one question, put in an answer, finish, and then I'll go to my stats. Let me refresh. Oh, it's actually not showing. Let me go back to user stats. The category data, user stats. It seems like it didn't record biology. Total completed, total attempts. Let's retry again. So science. Let's try physics. Oh, it's actually in the category of science. That's why it's showing only 2 categories, because it's in the category of science. But let's do another category that is not science. Let's do programming. And we don't have questions for this one, do we? What's going on here? Okay. Oh, I see. Because all of these questions in this area, it has to be medium, hard, or easy. So let's do medium and start. No questions for this one. Let's do finish. Oh, okay. So now there's a loophole here. So we don't want to start anything if there's no questions matching a particular quiz. So we're going to fix that later. But now let's keep programming. Let's see if we recorded the start. Okay. So yeah, there's a recorded start here, and it's showing here that we have attempted programming, but we only want to show the 2 recent data here instead of showing all of the recorded attempts. So we only want to show the 2 most recent. So to do that, let's see. We're going to create like a variable here. Show the 2 most recent attempts. We're going to slice, which means we're just going to make a copy and sort based on the date. latest, maybe stats. Go to user stats dot category stats, and then we're going to slice, and then starting from 0 and 2, ending at 2, and then we're going to sort this based on the date. Okay, so the sort is going to take in two parameters, a and b. So a and b, and here we're just going to return new date, and then we're going to do b dot last attempt minus new date a dot last attempt, but we need to get the time, not day, get time, like this, and we need to do the same thing and get time. Okay, and now we're going to get the two most recent attempts. Just paste that in. All right, so category stats map. So it seems like we have an issue already. It's actually get rid of category stats, and then let's save that. So we should only see two items now, and the most recent attempt was this attempt at 1907. We have attempted science. Okay, so now let's try another attempt at computer science, data structures, start, next, oops, finish. All right, and let's go to my stats, and now it's going to show us computer science because we have attempted data structures. All right, so that's good, it's working fine. And let's do the table, and then we're going to fix the loopholes for not start. So we don't want to start the quiz when we don't have any questions. Okay, so let's do the table first, and then we're going to fix that later. Let's have a div. I'm going to give it a border too, and also I'm going to give it that shadow. So let's go to my stats. So there's the table. Okay, so stats. I'm actually going to do another div on top here, and I'm going to show an h1 and a p tag saying detailed category stats, and I'm going to give them mt4. Like so, and then here we're just going to show the table. Okay, let's use the table. It doesn't seem like we have imported, actually installed the table. Let's install the table. Components, Control C, Chat CN, add table. All right, so now we've added the table. Let's run again. Let's add the table. So import table from components, like that. And then we need to render the table header. Table header coming from components, table, like that. Okay. And in the table header, we're going to display a table row. And we're going to also display a table head. So make sure you import table head row, like that. You can just copy a table example from ChatCN. Class name and text base and font bold. So here the table, that's the head of the table, and these are the rows. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, so here's the header of our table, looking good. And after the header, we have the border, not the border, but the body. table body. So make sure import from shardcn. And then we're going to map through here our user stats. Okay, user stats. And here we can just use I category stats like that. And we can also get the index. We don't need the index actually. And then here we're going to display a table row. Table row. Okay, it's already imported and we need to give it a key. Let's set it to category.id. Like so. Category ID for the key. Only one curly brace. Okay, so now we have the table row. And we just need to display table cell. Table cell. Import that and category.name and give it a class. Font semi-bold py4. So here's the category name. And here we want to show the data now. So we're going to display table cell and then we're going to do start.attempts. It's actually category. Let's name it start. Oh, let's use the category. Never mind. So let's do category.attempts. And then here completed. And we need average score as well. We're going to do another table cell. Category. Category.average score. If it doesn't exist, we're just going to show NA. There's nothing there. If it exists, we're going to use to fix the two. We're going to only show 2 decimal places. Okay, so here we don't have average score, and then we're just going to show this. If we do have average score, it's going to be like this. Okay, or you can just do to fixed and get rid of the decimal places if you want to. That's entirely up to you. And then finally, we're going to display a table cell and format time. And it's going to be category.last attempt, like so. And it's going to show the last attempt of the category. By the way, you can center this if you want to, but I'm not going to do that. That's entirely up to you. Yeah, I'll leave it at this. So we have a table breaking down each category, attempts completed, average score, and the last attempt date. And yeah, I'll take a break and we're going to come back and do some security and also fix any loopholes that we have for starting the quiz. I'll see you on the next one. Let's fix the filtering issue. So when I click on computer science, there's an issue with filtering, so it's not working properly. Let's go to quiz and also quiz ID. We're going to change a few things. I'm going to open up the quiz page and I am going to cut the filtered questions. I will cut this section here and I'm going to create a new variable. I'm just going to name it something like all questions, all my questions. Actually, let's name it all questions like this. And we're going to use filtered questions.slice, but we don't have this filtered questions yet. So we're going to create this variable in the global context. And let's get filtered questions here from global context. It seems like we have an issue somewhere. Filtered questions, we need to put a comma here. And let's go to the global context. Actually, before we go to the global context, let's go to the quiz ID. And we're going to use a use effect. Use effect Okay, and we're going to, whenever this quiz setup changes, that's when we want to filter. Okay, so whenever the quiz changes, we want to filter, and then we're going to set these filtered questions into the state. The state is going to be called filtered questions, filtered, filtered questions, like so, and it's going to be an empty array at the beginning. And now we're going to dispatch filtered questions and also set filtered questions, like so. I'm going to copy set filtered questions, paste it here, and I'm going to set filtered questions here to this question. So whenever I change, so now we can actually console log in the global context. We can console log cog filtered questions, and let's go back to the quiz page. All questions. Now we are just going to use all questions in here instead of filtered questions. Okay. Now let's save that. Let's try to change the category here. So whenever we change, we're going to trigger re-render. So let's select medium, and we don't see anything yet. So let's refresh that. So let's go back to the home page, select computer science. I'm going to close this, select. Oh, I'm actually on the wrong project. So this we should be on localhost 3000. 3000, not on 3001. 3001 is the original project running. So I'm going to select computer science. And now filtered questions, it's going to, by default, it's going to show all of the questions inside that particular category. So in this case, this computer science basics, it has 10 items, but let's use programming. So the programming category, it has medium, hard, easy. So there's 3 categories for the difficulty. So by default, it's 20. It's all of them. And we can change this, and it's going to trigger a re-render. Change it to easy. And doesn't seem to be changing. Medium. Okay, so it seems like we need to fix something. And quiz ID. Okay, so here we need to fix this one. So quiz.difficulty, we need to change this to lowercase. We need to make sure everything matches up to lowercase. Okay, and I'm also going to check for no. And we're going to make sure it's also to lowercase down here. All right, I'm going to save that. And now let's try to make changes. Okay, questions. And we're also going to check for no. All right, let's click programming. I'm going to clear the console. 20 questions by default. Let's filter. Easy. As you can see now, we have 7 questions being returned for easy. And there's medium. There's 10 questions for medium. And for the hard, there's 3 questions for the hard. And then we can select how many number of questions we want to do. And then when I press start, we're only going to have 1 question. That is hard. Okay. And we can I'm just going to click a random answer here, and it's going to show us the quiz results, and we can go to the stats, and we're going to see the stats page. Okay. And the programming is the most recent category. Okay. And that's it for the fix. All right. So now let's add a layer of security to our website using Arcjet. I've also included the link in the description, so feel free to click that and follow along. So we're going to implement bot detection, rate limiting, and you don't need to be a security expert to use Arcjet. It's really easy to use. So go ahead and create your free account. I'm also going to be using a free account, and I've already created an account. I'm just going to log in with Google. Okay, so I've already have a project already created. I'm going to create a new project, and you can follow along. Let's create a new project together. So here, personal, and we're going to create a new site. And you can name this whatever you want. I'm just going to name this the name of our website, Quizzy, and we're going to create a new project. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to copy this key. Okay, so now we have the key. We need to paste that key in the env.local. We already have the local file. So go to env.local and we're going to paste in that key. Okay, actually, let's name this Arcjet key. So make sure you don't share this key. I'm going to change this key later after I finish this video. Okay, we can name it key like this. Okay, perfect. So we have our key and we can follow a tutorial. So now we are using Next.js. So we can just follow along with Next.js. Click that and then continue with Next.js. And now we need to install Arcjet. Copy this install and we're going to stop our project from running and we're going to install the package. So make sure you don't share your key. So this should be private. All right. Perfect. And I'm going to close the env local and I'm going to rerun the project. Okay, so let's start with, oops. We're going to start with implementing bot detection. We're going to create a middleware for that. So let's go into the middleware. So we already have a middleware for Clerk. So we need to do the middlewares together in this same file. So to do that, we're going to import a few things. We're going to import Arcjet and we're going to import bot detection. So it's detect bot like this from Arcjet. Next, like so. All right, we're going to save this. We need to put a comma here, by the way. Okay, so now the warning disappears. And the config, we're just going to leave where it is right now. Okay, and we are going to create an instance of Arcjet by using const aj, Arcjet aj equal to Arcjet. Then we're creating an instance. Now let's see how to implement bot detection for stopping unauthorized crawlers, scrappers, or malicious bots to access our website. Let's go to bot detection and we're going to click on quick start. And let's see what we have. So let's copy this instance of Arcjet. Copy that. And we're going to paste that here. Okay, so we need to access the Arcjet key, which we have in the .env local here. Key, we already have the key. And let's go back to the middleware. And the next step is to export this. But we cannot do that because we also need to use Clerk in this middleware file. Okay, so now let's just collapse this AJ instance and find a way. So we need to create some public routes as well in here. Public routes is public. It's public, and we're going to create route matcher and import create route matcher like that. Okay, and we are going to close. And in here, we're going to define our public routes. So the home page is going to be public. And we also want sign in to be public, like so. And we're going to, anything after sign in is going to be public. And we need to sign up as well. And we need API and categories. API categories to be public, like so. Perfect. And we have is public. Let's say route to be more descriptive. And here we'll export default Clerk middleware like this. And then it's going to be async. So what is this error? Cannot have multiple export default modules. Okay. Where are we exporting default? So this should not be default here. Let's get rid of this export default Clerk. Perfect. And in here, we are going to check, we're going to run the Arcjet middleware first. We're going to protect all of our routes. Run Arcjet middleware first, like so. And we are going to create, let's say, decision. We're going to await AJ, which is Arcjet, the instance we've created, and then .protect. And then we're going to pass in the request object. Like so. Let's save that. So we might be having a warning here. Here we're going to get auth, and also this one is called, it's going to be the request, not the response, request. Okay, so now the warning is gone. Okay, so now let's go back to the docs. So now we have the decision. Actually, we can check if the decision is denied. So we can check, do if decision dot is denied. So that means if a specific, for example, a specific bot is not allowed to access our website, we are going to show an error. So that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to return to show an error that this bot is not allowed to access our website. So we're going to return a next response. We can next response.json. All right. And we can put a message, a custom message. So the custom message, we can give an error, and also we can just give an error and the status response. So error, we can say forbidden. Okay, so forbidden, and we can also give a reason. So the reason is going to be decision. That's reason, the reason for the error. And we can return the status, which is 4.3. That means it's forbidden. Save that. I'm going to get rid of this comment, and we're going to comment here, skip authentication for public routes. I'm going to check if it's public route request, if request, and then I'm just going to return the next response here. .next, like so. And then we're just going to authenticate user, and we're going to await auth.protect. And then we're going to go to the next. It's a middleware, so we need to do response.next. Okay, so authenticate user and protect non-public routes. All right, so let's check it out. Let's see if it's working. Let's try to refresh our page. Let's see if our middlewares are working for Clerk and also Arcjet. Okay, so it seems like we don't see anything yet. So there's an issue here. Refresh. Okay, so now it's working. So let's try to log out. Let's see. Register. Let's log out, sign out. So the homepage is public, so let's refresh. Yep, so the homepage works. Let's try to access this page. Okay, so our middleware seems to be working for Clerk. Let's log in. Okay, so everything works fine for Clerk, but we now need to check for Arcjet. So we've copied this bit here. So detect bot, we're going to detect for a bot that is not allowed to access our website. So how do we test this? Let's check the docs. So for us to be able to check, we need to run this for us to check. So let's go to the terminal and check. By default, Cal is treated as a bot, so it's not allowed. So as you can see here in the allow array, we can put a list of bots that we want to allow to access our website and crawl some data on our website. But Cal is not in the allowed list, so it should not allow us to access our website. So let's try this. Now, if you see this, by the way, you can, let's try this again in the terminal. Okay, so it's asking for the URI. What you can do is cancel this, enter, and where it says Cal, put .exe here, and then enter. Okay, cannot connect to the server. 3000. Make sure our website is running. So open another terminal. Let's run this. npm run dev. And I'm going to refresh this page. Okay, refresh again. Okay, so now let's try again. Cal.exe and run. Okay, so now as you can see now it's saying forbidden. We're not allowed to access this website because Cal is treated as a bot. So here we can see the bot list from this URL. We can go and check to see what we can allow and disallow. So here's the list of these bots here. So you can just select whatever bots you want to you want to access your website. So for this, in this case, let's copy curl and give it permission to access our website. And we're going to save this to see if it's going to change. So we're going to run again. So we should see 200. That means it's okay. So now we have access. So this bot here is allowed to access our website. So you can add a list of bots that you want to access the website. And that's how we can secure our routes. So by default, we're going to secure all of our routes in this middleware. And then you can add custom bots that you want to access the website. We can also visualize this on the dashboard. So the connection is okay because this bot is allowed. Let's go to the dashboard. And here, when we reach the localhost 3000, the root directory, there's no issues here, but here it's blocked. That's when we were blocking this bot. Let's remove this. So let's remove that and let's try to rerun. And it's forbidden. And we should be able to see an issue here because it's blocked. So Kel is treated as a bot, so it's blocked. It doesn't have access to our website. And you're going to see more information about it here. And there's going to be headers and the port. And also down here, we can also have a look at what is allowed. So here, Kel is denied, okay? But sometimes we can also see what is allowed on our website, but Kel is denied. We can put it back into the allowed, and let's try to run again. And let's wait for it to pop up here. Okay, so as you can see here, it's no longer red. So I can look at this request. And if I look at bots, so here allow, you can see the allowed list is category, the search engine, and also Cal is allowed. So you can kind of put as many bots as you want here to allow in the allowed list, and also you can disapprove. Okay, so now let's look at Let's look at rate limiting. For rate limiting, we are going to create a new folder in the root directory, and we're going to name it lib. Oh, we have a lib folder already. Let's see what we have in this lib. So we have utils from tail and CSS. Let's create a new file here. Let's name it arcjet.ts. Okay, so here we want to do rate limiting. Let's go back to the docs. So quick start. And to do rate limiting, let's copy this instance. So we have this instance, and we need to import arcjet and token bucket. Actually, I'm on the wrong section. So we're looking for rate limiting. There it is. And we're going to import token bucket. Okay, and here we're just going to export this because we want this to be accessible wherever we want to implement rate limiting. Okay, so token bucket, instead of shield, we're going to use shield in a minute, but I'm just going to add token bucket. So go back to rate limiting, token bucket. Let's copy this. So, okay, so it's kind of commented here. So let's explain what it means. So create a token bucket rate limit. Here we refill, it's going to be 5 refill tokens per interval. Interval is going to be 10. Every 10 seconds, we're going to refill. The capacity is going to be 10. For example, if the capacity is 10, if we deduct 5, we're going to have 5 left. And then if I deduct 5 again, we're going to have 0 left. And then we're going to have to wait 10 seconds, that's the interval, for it to refill. And we're going to be able to display that on the screen and see when we're going to refresh the page. So now we're exporting this. We need one more thing. So characteristics. So it's going to track requests by user ID. We're going to actually also use the user ID to track requests here. Okay, and I'm going to save that. So now, where do we want to implement rate limiting? So in this case, we are going to implement rate limiting on this page here. So category / category ID, and then we're going to implement rate limiting here. So you won't be able to keep fetching a lot of times to prevent a lot of things. So now let's go to category ID. Okay, so here, this is an async function already, and we need to import AJ. So that's Arcjet. That's the one we created in the lib. Okay, so for us to be able to use it, we're going to create a variable decision, and we're going to await Arcjet, and we're going to use the protect, and we're going to pass in the request here. We need to import this request actually. So here we're going to use the user ID, and requested. It's the amount of we're going to deduct by 5. Okay, so our bucket, where is it? So our bucket here, we're going to have the capacity of 10, and we're going to deduct by 5. Okay, so by 5 tokens per interval. You can increase this to 20, whatever, but for now we're going to change this later. Let's just see what it does. So request, we are going to get this request const request. We're going to await request exo, but we need to import this request from Arcjet as well. Import request Arcjet next. Okay, so now we have the request. Let's check for the decision. If the decision is denied, we're going to check for if decision denied, and then we're going to return in here Let's return a div showcasing that we have too many requests. I'm going to add an h1 here. We're going to say too many requests. Place the triangulator like so. We can add a sad face here. And let's try to keep refreshing. Keep refreshing. Okay, as you can see, too many requests. Please try again later. And let's wait for about 10 seconds and we can refresh again. And it's going to work. Perfect. But this is denied. It's kind of broad, but we want to be more specific. Okay, so instead of decision dot is denied, we're going to use reason. So we're going to check for the reason for this deny. We're going to check. So the reason it's going to be is rate limit. Okay. So if it's rate limit, and then we are going to showcase this error. By the way, let's use type coalescing here to fix this warning. So it says type of string or now is not assignable to type of string or number. We can use type coalescing, use the ID, and I'm just going to default to a string. And let's save that. So that should disappear. Okay, so now it's working, and we can kind of display a timer. Like we're going to reset in a few seconds, and then it's going to automatically refresh the page. So let's do that. So we have an h1. I'm just going to style this, give it a class name, and I'm going to display flex and give it a flex, a gap of 2. And I'm going to also show a p tag underneath this h1. And I'm going to give it a color of text red 400, like so. There it is. Or you can get rid of this, too many requests. Okay, so, and we need to create a component to showcase the countdown. Components countdown.tsx. Let's go back and we're going to render that component down here. Countdown. And we're going to send in the time left. So let's create some variables for the time left. So if we were to look at this object, for example, let's look at this decision object, cog decision. Let's check the console. So the decision object, it has a reason, and also it has the remaining reset time. So this is the time it's going to reset. So we want to use this reset time for us to show the countdown timer. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. Close that. So if decision is denied here, I'm going to create reset. I'm going to create a variable called reset time. I'm going to get decision dot reset time, decision dot reason dot reset time. Okay, so if you remember the object, there is decision and reset time. Okay, now we have reset time. I'm also going to check before we progress here. If not reset time, if no reset time here, I'm just going to return no. And down here, or we can return a div. Oops. H1, rate limit exceeded. And down here, I'm going to pass in the time, the reset time. Okay, so let's calculate the time left. Calculate the time left on the server. And we're going to get the current time, and then we're going to use date.now. Date.now, so that's the current time, and reset timestamp, and we're going to use the new date. And we're going to use the reset time.getTime and time left. And we're going to use math.max. So we're going to get the maximum value, the biggest value, on whatever numbers that we pass in the max function. Time left equal to math.max. And we're going to pass in, we're going to pass in 0. And also we're going to pass in reset timestamp. So inside math.max, I'm going to use math.seal. We're going to round up to the nearest integer. And then we're going to pass in reset timestamp minus current time divided by 1000. And then we're going to save. We can just say convert to seconds. And countdown here, we're just going to pass in initial time left. And then we're just going to pass in time left. Okay, sweet. And let's open up the countdown component. Let's create an interface in here. Props. And initial time left is going to be type of number, this structure, and this is going to be a client component. Use client. Okay, we're going to create a state time left, and we're going to use the initial time left here. Use effect. Okay, so on initial render, we are going to create a timer. We're going to use set interval, which is going to run every second. Const timer equal to set interval, which takes in a callback function, and it's going to run on every second. So that's 1000 milliseconds. And set time left, we're going to get the previous, like so, prev, and then I'm going to check if prev, I'm going to check if prev is less than or equal to 1. Okay, so if prev is less than or equal to 1, we are going to clear interval, and then we're going to pass in the timer here. And window.location, we're going to refresh to reload, actually. Reload. So this window is a global object, so we have access to it. Okay. And we are going to return after this if, yeah. Return prev minus 1. Okay. And we're just going to clear this event. Return clear interval. We're going to clear the timer. Save that. And we're just going to return a p tag. Please try again. Oh, let's see what the suggestion is. Wait for. Please try again. Try again in. And then I'm going to use a span. And then time left. And then seconds. So. And we can style this actually. Let's give it text to Excel. And let's give it a blue of 400. I'll put a spacing here. Save that. Please try again in. There's no time. So text to Excel. And we can also add a span. We can say this page will automatically refresh. Okay, now let's refresh again. Okay, so as you can see now, there's a countdown timer. And let's see if it's going to refresh. Okay, so it seems like we're stuck in a loop here. Let's see. Oops. Oh, we actually need to wrap this if statement in is decision denied. We're going to check if decision is denied, and then we're just going to paste in that if statement, and then we're going to be able to use if decision.reason is rate limit within this is decision is denied. Now let's save that. Let's go back. Let's try to refresh a few times. All right, so let's wait for the countdown, and it's going to refresh. Okay, so the refresh is working. We can make the font bold. Let's go to the countdown. Okay, let's refresh as many times as we want. And the countdown, there it is. Perfect. So we're not going to be able to do a lot of requests at once. So we're going to stop abuse. We can also go back to the lib folder, and we can increase the capacity. Instead of, for example, we can put it to 20, and refill rate, we can maybe do 2. Okay, it's going to fill 2 tokens per second per interval. We can say maybe 2 every 10 seconds. Yep, that's fine. And the maximum, let's set it to 20. And let's go back to category ID and requested. We're going to do 2 here. So now we're going to have more refresh rates. So we can have more refresh rates here. Okay, so I think 20 is reasonable. We can protect other routes, by the way. If you want to limit, for example, this page, we can do the same thing. We can reuse this instance here and do the same thing and limit and show them. Or we can create a div to show this error. Okay, and yeah, that's it for this tutorial. And stay tuned for the next video. I'm going to go more in depth on how to use Arcjet and increase more security features. For example, we can also look at shield. So it's going to protect against attacks such as CRFs attacks. We can look at these types of attacks here. And also it's going to protect from SQL injections. We can actually do that now actually. Let's go to the middleware. And here we're going to, so we have detect bot. We need to import shield. Okay, so let's save that. Import shield, and we need to use it in our middleware. So let's do it on top of bot. So we can say shield protects against common attacks such as SQL injection, XSS, and we're going to use shield here. And mode is going to be live, and this we need to put a comma. We have a comma here already, so this should be, let's see, mode cannot find name mode. Okay, that's weird because this should be an object. Save that. Okay, so mode is set to live. We can also read the documentation here and how to set it up. Okay, and shield, we can just import shield like this, and then we can set it up. It protects from attacks such as SQL injections. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. If you have any more questions, let me know in the comment sections. And if you want to follow along exactly like I did, you can click the link in the description and visit Arcjet website and follow along the video. And yeah, I'll see you on the next video. We are now going to deploy our website. Let's go to VS Code, and we're going to commit our project. Initial commit on GitHub. And I'm going to publish a branch. I'm going to make this branch public. You can make yours private if you want to. Okay, so now we've committed our branch. We can open this on GitHub. Okay, so it's public. Now we want to deploy on Vercel. I'm logged in to my Vercel account, and I'm going to import this project just now. This is the project we've added. Import that, and it's Next.js. I forgot to do something. Let's go to the package.json, and we're going to add a script, post install, and we're going to add npx Prisma generate, and we're going to push that. We're going to put this as a fix. Prisma generate, like so, and save changes. Okay, and let's go back and let's try to refresh to see if the changes have been made. Okay, let's refresh again. Okay, now let's import. And I'm not going to change anything here. Let's just deploy. We can actually set up the environment variables. We can drag and drop the file here, I think. Let me go to env, copy this, and paste those environment variables. And we also need this database URL, and paste. All right. We probably need to add some public URLs from Clerk, like this one. So the sign in URL and sign up URL. And now we just need to deploy this. Okay, so it seems like the deployment has finished. I don't know what this is about. Oh, it's forbidden. Is it the bot that's not allowed? So there's already a bot not allowed here. Vercel monitor preview. So it's forbidden. Okay, because Arcjet is already working. It's already working. So let's continue to the dashboard. And probably we need to allow this bot on our website. Let's see if we have any issues. Let's open up the website. Okay, so everything seems to be in order. And we can log in with our Google account. Okay, yes, everything seems to be in order. I can check my statistics. I can click stats. Everything is in order. And as you can see, Arcjet is already working. There's this bot already blocked from Vercel. Now let's go to the Arcjet dashboard. Okay, and here you can see our website is running, and a bot is already not allowed to crawl our website. Okay, so that's what we want. So that means everything's working. And you can see down here, denied. So if you want this to work on your website, you can copy this, and we can go back to VS Code, and you can push the changes. So go to the middleware. Where's the middleware? Go to the middleware, and here, and make sure it's allowed, like so. You can add it in the allowed list. Okay, and you can save that, and then you can push the so bot. Okay, and then it's going to redeploy the website, and it should be allowed now, and you won't be able to see this warning. And yeah, that's it for this video. If you have any more questions, you can let me know in the comment section, and I'll see you on the next one.